to meet that need tonight. It's just not going to happen. Sorry. Shop is shut down, and that can go both ways, but I'm not holding as a ransom. So that there's probably a fine line there, but then that goes back to communication. Having that open communication.
Excuse me, you're not married to a husband, right? So you would be,
No,
it would be benefit to you to always have your needs met. If your needs are not met, I would question that's just me, but like why are you with somebody that's not meeting your needs? Obviously she is, but like if you sacrifice your needs, then what is the purpose, right?
I would definitely not know how to answer that because that doesn't make any sense. Either your needs are being met or they're not, and if they're not, you should be able to
Have you
have.
not heard of the concept is cheaper to keep her? Why why the survival rate of 10-year marriage is like 5%?
I've never
There's a
heard
reason
that.
for that though.
It's cheaper to keep her. That's funny as shit, dude.
Yeah, because she's gonna divorce wreck you and you're not gonna be able to sustain it. The average
What is
time it
she?
takes for a guy to recover from divorce is about 10 years. Financially
Why
devastating.
financial? But you have to remember, I am not in that position. I'm actually the receiver of the
You're the
alimony,
outlier. You're the rare exceptional case. Exactly. So that's good for you.
so I'm going to succeed
Enjoy
while
it.
I'm out fucking around with a bunch of young chicks. Is that what you're saying?
What?
You're saying that I basically get to be the run around instead of picking up a new guy like a woman would. I just get to go fuck around with like
You're,
younger chicks
yeah,
again,
you
right?
could.
Is that what you're
You would
saying?
never do that because you're loyal and you're also adherent to the principles and the
I'm saying,
sanctity of a marriage.
well,
But
if we
I'm
were
saying
divorced, I'm
technically,
saying if we we're divorced, because I've never really seen that happen where the guy gets what I would be getting. The guy always gets fucking screwed.
there are celebrity situations where the guy has a more a wealthier or more income producing wife and he gets spousal support. They just commonly don't request it, even though they're legally entitled to it because it's just not commonly done and it just feels unnatural to them, even though they're legally entitled. So they're highly recommended to pursue it. In rare cases, the 3% that occurs, then you definitely want to request it, and that will be honored because the law prescribes it. So that's why you would definitely
That
do it.
is the problem right there, is because they push it so it's a law.
It's an entitlement based on the circumstances. And
Who
yeah,
the
and
fuck
you'll
says
have
who the
divided
fuck says
community
you're entitled
property.
to that? Why should I get that person's money who's literally done nothing?
I'll tell you why. It's because according to the family law, and it depends on state, your this marital standard of living must be maintained post dissolution, and therefore the more abled partner would provide the lesser one, in this case, financially producing partner, the means to maintain that marital quality, that lifestyle, that standard,
But
marital standard.
how do they justify that in the court of law?
Simple. They take the gross income, and then
And
they
that decides
assess.
your level of happiness, because there's at some point you married that person for a reason, right? So you were
Happiness is
entrusted.
quantified based on financial means. That's the only way they can quantify it because otherwise it's not measurable.
Okay.
And so I'm
Okay.
saying what they do is they take roughly 65% of the gross income and they equate it to alimony. And that person the calculation then dictates the amount given to the lesser able spouse to support the marital lifestyle. And by the way, the in cases mostly where 97% is the male paying, they can contest even though they drop their income. Let's say guys lose, a lot, their income declines, let's say, but let's say the standard was very high. It's horrible. It's horrifying. It's devastating to the guy because the judge will demand that despite the inability, the requirement to pay is independent of your ability to pay currently. It has to do with what you made before. And so therefore you have to maintain it. And otherwise you'll get in the rears and up 10% applied, interest rate on spousal support. That is, and then you'll also be subject to intentional avoidance of your
Even though she's the
spouse.
one, even though she's the one who cheated on me or or wasn't holding up her end of the bargain and got the itch because she wasn't satisfied and made up all this bullshit, and it fucks the guy in that case. This is why you bring all that
Exactly.
stuff up, is
It's
because it's
irrelevant. It's
horrible.
irrelevant because they separate for
Horrible.
irreconcilable differences. Exactly. So it's irrelevant. Infidelity is irrelevant in all cases. It's all based on the calculation of the community property, and it gets even worse. Let's say they were forced to liquidate a home, right? That cost 400K, and so let's say they were underwater in that home because the market went down a little bit, right? So check this out. This is how horrible this is. This is so nightmarish for any guy who wants to get married to listen to this. What would happen is they are 400K home. Let's say they sold it for 350 or 300K, right? And then they end up cashing. It's like a short sale where they end up getting nothing, right? Because the bank forgives the difference, right? And so what happens is that 200K that it becomes it's called unpaid marital asset, that where she would then get entitled to half the actual community property, which would be that property, that the home, that the house. And so there would be a debt note that the husband would have to pay in the future on an installment within 3 to 5 years for that 200K on top of alimony and child support. You heard right. And guess what? If he defaulted one time, probably he can manage. They would be subject to interest. But if he defaulted second time only, let's say 3,500 per month, right? You know what would happen? The whole amount of 200K on a fictitious value of a home that no longer that value, but still be subject to 200. That whole amount would be subject to a interest hit of 10%. Okay, the whole amount that's unpaid. So let's say he paid for 6 months and then he couldn't any longer, and then he had two delinquencies. Guess what? The whole remaining balance, let's say of 150K, would be subject to another 10%, which would be another 15K on top of that, on top of the alimony, on top of child support. Do you see the nightmare involved? And then
And
if
then
he avoids
the
that,
courts don't get any of that money.
the courts get processing fee, filing fee. That's how they sustain them from the process. So that's what they benefited more in legal quagmire. But the point also gets worse, that they would then get the guy. She would make the case with a lawyer that it's a deliberate avoidance because he made money during the thing, and then suddenly he's a deadbeat. And they heard it all the time. They heard it all. And so then they basically file you in contempt, and you could go to jail for 30 days easily, 60 days the next time, 9 days the next time.
So it
That's how it
has
works.
there's no bearing at all. What you're telling me is that there's no bearing that if the guy was doing all the right shit and the girl wants to be a fucking transient, floozy, fuck shit bitch and
Yeah,
fuck her husband over, she could do that. And the courts will oblige her. And
absolutely.
with that being said, that she can lie, cheat, and steal to get all that shit and then fuck that guy for the rest of his life, not knowing that like his
Yeah,
inability to pay
yeah. Two
and
two
raise his
things.
kids has been taken away because she's a fucking all that shit. And they don't
100%.
take that
It's
and they don't take that. Where would those laws have been made and created in order to see that that is literally one of the most worst scientific explanations I could have ever like those people should that this is why Iceland 2006 should be invented or Magna Carta 2.0
it'll never
because
happen. She
it's
has full bro. She has full leverage, and
yeah,
the courts
yeah,
enable
now you
that
know where
behavior.
I come from. That shit don't fly with this guy.
Well, what you have no recourse because they'll put you in jail. Not only that,
What
you lose the
recourse?
license.
Now I'm hypothetically saying what recourse. I don't need to worry about any of that because we will there'll be no court dates, there'll be no any dates.
There'll be nobody alive. I hear you. I understand what you're saying. But the point is, in the normal process of devastation and wrecking, that's what happens, and they lose their license, and that's why they get ill and completely destroyed. And there's no they lose their life. They're not able to work. They have garnishments, of course, and sometimes they can adjust it based on true diminished income, but it's very they limit it to like only like a 30% reduction or some crap. Like it could be, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And they're
Do you want to
responsible for
know?
everything.
Do you want to know the one and only way that it would not go the way I've said it would be?
Oh,
For her to leave would come down to a conversation of asking me, and then I told her that there will be a certain amount of questions that'll come along with it as a inquiry or an exit interview, if you will. And if I'm not satisfied with the answers, um, you'll either proceed or we won't. And that's going to be
I
based
get
on, if you're unhappy, I need to know why. And then I also need to know why you haven't told me anything up until this point. It does not get to a boiling point. You cannot
it.
hide things. You cannot lie about them. Things don't just change overnight. And if they do, they need to be noted immediately and explained.
Every guy thinking about the sanctity, a holy matrimony should definitely consider these factors because it gets worse. After 10 years, the judge has a guideline mandate allowing him to provide uh, provide the right of indefinite. It's called a long-term marriage, in which case there is indefinite spousal support. So spousal support is defined because they've had adequate and substantial union, which then results in what do you call it? A determination for permanent alimony. It's
So you're saying
indefinite spousal support.
I'm gonna have corporate sponsorship is what you're telling me.
So
It's fucked
if
up to say that,
if
but
you have 10%, if you have 10 years or longer, it's likely. 12 years, it's extremely likely, very likely, and 15 years is pretty much assured. But yeah, 10 years is really the cutoff. That's why a lot of marriages sometimes dissolve before the 10 years to avoid that very fact. In fact, that's a strategy that guys sometimes use, sometimes, if they really feel it's on the rocks. So yeah, they would be lifetime basically on the hook for the whole entire life until, until
so
he's
it
finished.
would really be on my wife to take the precautions and setups. I should tell her about that just so she's aware of it. Just in case. Just
Aware
put it
of
in her
what?
mind that she should have these things put in place before in case she gets the itch. Because that year, if we've been with each other for 13 years, that means we've been married for 9 years. Because we were four, yeah, four. It's been 9 years, but going on 10 this June 3rd. But the idea that she should probably get ready and served up with papers and suited up for battle because she's going to be the one unhappy. It won't be me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, if it's 10 years or longer, then technically, because you're the lesser income producer, then you would be given alimony. You would be entitled to that alimony. Exactly.
Hmm.
Based on the rules. Exactly, to
But
maintain the marital
but but
lifestyle.
I would be willing to give her a quick out so that it doesn't affect her as much then, right?
Of course, you could sell whatever you want if it's uncontested and
No, I'm
amicable.
saying, and no, normally it's not though, right? Is what you're kind of getting at is that the guy
Uh,
gets blindsided, oh, the shit gets fucked up. Well, what would say? I mean, just because I'm a guy and she's a girl and it's flipped around, does that not make it any different? Like
it makes all the difference
emotionally,
because emotional distress is a factor. If it was abuse, she can claim that, and those are very good,
but
stronger factors in cases for her getting a judgment in greater of her favor by the court. And
mm,
also, there's audit. There's a complete discovery of all forensics accounting that they commonly do, depending on the community property amount, where they learn and try to find and discover additional financial
right.
value of your side. And so yeah, the optics look horrendous for a guy who has greater means, and they're usually tougher, whereas a woman has the ability to accuse. She typically does a restraining order before dissolution as a strategy that they recommend so that it looks like there was abuse, and therefore they get stronger judgments on their favor. So it's all intended to dismantle and provide the maximum yield, which is exactly how they're advised with their counsel. And so all they do is start talking. I'm talking about the flip side, not your case per se, but
Yep,
on
I
the
got
flip
you.
side, they would contact their attorney and say, "Hey, what can we do here?" Let's say their husband is not producing as much as he did before, and say money's getting tighter. Well, it would behoove her to actually consider, if it was a long-term marriage over 10 years, to actually say, you know what, maybe it's actually good to have an out. The kids are what, they have 4 to 6 years left until they become adults or legal adults. So these are going to be spouse support. And let's say he's earning more money now. She can easily say, you know what? I want to preserve my lifestyle. I'll get a big fat half the community property, let's say the house. He'll pay that off or sell it. I'll liquidate. I'll get my half tax free, by the way, because community property. And then she'll get alimony based on the percent, based on the marital lifestyle to support her needs, and also she'll get child support because she'll typically get custody. So she'll get everything, literally everything. There is no, she's has complete full leverage and total coercive control.
But this
And
is
and
only
and on
based upon the first thing is that it's the guy making the money and not the woman.
which happens in 97% of the cases, bro. 97% of the time, alimony is paid to the woman.
Only,
97%.
only because the man is always working.
Well, no, it's because typically the man works more hours and earns more. That's typically what how it works. And
Mm.
so yeah, and so basically they've done this, they designed this is to provide complete leverage. And there's even worse strategies that they do. They send it to the wrong place for child support to look like, you're a deadbeat and then you get in arrears and then you get locked up. They do all that stuff to show you're avoiding it before it catches up to you. There's paternity fraud that they do, so that you don't can't contest it after 2 years. Then you can't contest it, so they send it to the wrong place. They name somebody as a father fraudulently, and there's no recourse to that after 2 years. And then they say, "Oh, I never got the letter. I just got the letters." Oh yeah, sure you didn't. Sure you didn't. The judge says that's it. You're permanently responsible until the child is a legal adult. That's paternity fraud, but they do that, and there's no recourse on that. In France, for example, there's no ability to contest paternity. They eliminated that. That's what I heard on for France. It's just horrendous. But anyways, here it depends on the state. So you have a limited time to challenge paternity too. So yeah, there's just so many ways you could get destroyed and wrecked. I mean, it's insane that people even support that deal. Like guys this day and age. Well, there's no reason, no wonder fertility rates are going down. You know?
Look, that's just. I mean, that's. I don't even know how. Like, I feel awful that that would happen to anybody, and I've seen it happen. Like personally, I've watched buddies go through this. But just hearing you say it out loud, knowing that I'm in this position, just down in my basement, fucking hanging out, doing whatever the fuck I want, whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the main caretaker, and I'm this. So how do you go about when they look at the assets that I'm the one who paid the deposit on the
So
house, the
if
vehicle?
you paid it,
I
then that
provide.
would be considered earnings to the community. So it would be considered earnings. So it would be
So
compared to hers.
not only would I already own half the house then and half the vehicles, which the only thing my name isn't on is the house, right?
Then
And I did this.
that's
I
terrible.
I I
It's
did
her
this for
problem.
specific reasons. But the thing is, they have to prove where the money came when it goes
That's
down to the
fine.
courts.
It would be community property. Sounds like it'd be community property, so it would be divided.
It was
The,
considered a gift.
uh, you were gifting to the community, right, when you were paying, but you don't own it. It's not your title, right?
It was gifted to her, not the
Before you
community.
married?
Correct.
Oh, well then it's her property completely.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were paying for it, you were actually paying as a gift. Every time was a gift,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
legally speaking. Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
you don't get
And
it. You don't get the
and
property.
and I was working. Okay, so not only was I working at the time, but when we got married and decided that I would stay home with kids because that was more beneficial, I went during that time. I was added on to the house lease, but now everything is in already in my name. Besides the house, that's the only thing that's not solely in my name. All the vehicles, all the bills, everything is in my name.
Okay,
Besides the
but are
house,
you contributing more money than she is making?
she's almost caught up to what was put down for a down payment. That also
No,
covered
no.
bills. That
The
that
amount
also
she's
covered the
earning,
bills.
the amount she's
Oh,
earning, let's
currently,
say annually. What?
oh, I would say I have zero versus her income now because I'm a stay-at-home dad. Yes. But I'm
Okay,
saying, does
that's
that,
good.
well, that's what I'm asking is like any of those things prior that I basically did seem unconventional, like even putting it in her name, but knowing that that money was gifted to her in an
You've
agreement.
only given yourself you've only diminished your community property by giving her the property before you married, so that becomes her personal property. You gifted
Even
her
though,
every time you paid for things in the home. You just were gifting her.
even so, if my name is on it and I own it's in my name,
The home?
I gifted her the money. That was the
Hold
only
on.
way we
The
could get
title of the home is in your name or hers?
both.
Oh, if
It's
it's
now
both now, then
it's
it's
now
community
on both.
property.
Right.
Okay.
But beforehand, because of my credit score at the time, now we didn't want me on there because we probably would have got denied for the rest of our loan. But I gifted a specific amount of money to be used as a deposit so that we could lower our payments to a nice reasonable amount. And I added more till we
Get
get to
to the
this point.
question, bro. The question is, what's your question though?
Oh, my question is, does that not help me in the situation if we were to split as the sole provider with no income living that
No,
lifestyle?
no, it
Not
doesn't
only did I
because you're
bring
both
that in.
on time. It doesn't matter. It's before the marriage. It's all gift. So
Okay.
your
Okay. Nope.
title
There you
now,
go. Yep. Yep.
it would just split. It would just split the value of the home. That's
So
it.
I would have, it essentially would have fucked myself by putting the money in. I should have not done that. But we wouldn't
Yeah.
really have the house at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It's
that's
unavoidable
a,
because you did the right thing at the time. Yeah.
okay.
For the cars, if she's using it too, if she's using the cars, you own the cars before marriage?
No, the cars are, right now, one was when we got married, like
Okay, so
the,
if you purchase the car after you married, then it's community property. She
okay,
drives the car too, right? Sometime?
solely.
Okay, so then it's community property. It's community property. It's
So
assumed community property.
anything coming into the relationship. Oh man, I had like essentially then I would have had four vehicles, but we sold a bunch of equipment and stuff because we were moving into this house.
Right. And the
I
finances and the accounts that you have, for example, I'm assuming they have her name on it too, jointly.
only her name. I don't even have my name on the accounts at this moment.
Did she have that account before you married?
No.
Okay, then it was created in her name, probably going to be community property if it's used for community expenses, right?
Hmm.
Is it used for community or just hers for her?
Well, I don't actually have a bank account, so no, it would
Okay,
be for
okay, so
her
it's used for
and
the
the
community,
community.
so it's community property. Okay, that's simple.
But I
So
don't have access to the account, so it's not community property then,
what
right?
are you concerned with? I mean, I'm just saying that, and I know she
Oh,
has maximum leverage.
I'm not concerned. I was just trying to figure out if there's any loopholes in there because I don't know all the things that women get, but I would be entitled to them too. But I also don't think that the women that get entitled to all these man shit have taken or done nearly as much as I have to be on the side
Okay,
of to make,
okay. So
you know.
if I were to advise as an attorney, which I'm not, I would probably say, if you have 9 months to think about, okay, get to the 10 years if you plan an exit strategy, but you don't. Know that, make sure you note, you basically would get it to 10 years and then you would basically file a restraining order like they would do with a woman and say like if you were pressured or coerced and you let's say you were harmed somehow. I don't know if it's true, whatever. And then you do a restraining order because you felt you were being yelled at and screamed at, and it was very distressful for you. And again, it sounds feminizing for a guy, but like that's how what a woman would do. And then you would essentially build a case against her, and you said the children would be on your side, so that's good, and they would be able to choose. So then, and then you would basically file, or you would actually yeah, you don't want counseling, but you would end up just filing. And you after a restraining order, that way you get her out of the house, change the key, and then you have to file. Okay, and then you would have to go towards the legal process, and then you would demand alimony, and then they would calculate based on her gross income. There would be a serving her the dissolution and all the interrogatories and all the discovery requests for her accounts. You would have copies of them already, by the way,
Okay.
because you would plan it
So
ahead of
okay,
time.
okay, I see what you're saying here. Now, what about the improvements that were done to the house? It is proven. I can prove that every single improvement in this house has been done by my hand and or correctly with uh, my ability to have any kind of trade of services. So this is not money. Um, I can't go anywhere else. I can't. This house could not be sold for my level of happiness to be in that. I can't. This house could not be sold. I would have to stay living here, and she's got to go live somewhere else. How would that work? Like
So
no
yeah, you
assets
would
on the property
request.
could be sold. The only
Yeah,
way
you would
this
have to
works.
liquidate assets. That's what they do. They liquidate assets in this case. Or you can you would have to have you would have an agreement to offset the her part portion. You would have to yeah, you would have to get a HELOC off the property and pay her out, buy her out, and offset that with alimony or something like that. You could work that out as part of the agreement. That's fine. Because you have in kind, you have added value that what do you call it, sentimental value for the home, and you want to
No,
stay living there with the children.
well, not technically sentimental, but the way our family was supposed to function was based upon utilizing all the things that have been built into the house and into the property. Now, and that's for the self-sufficiency. It cannot function
Sure.
without that.
Sure. So here's the issue. They would have another appraisal on the home based on all the improvements since you bought it, and then based on that appraisal, then you would have half, or she would have entitled to half of it as well, as the community property, and then you would have to have either take a HELOC on it to buy her out, or it would have to be liquidated, or work out some payment plan for that. That's how it would
So
work.
could I have what I'm looking for is how do you justify the improvements, even though if it does bring it up, but the standard of living to get all that stuff back, if I were to actually pay a cash amount and show that, would be outrageous. The amount
How much are we
compared to
talking, roughly?
like the upgrades would be in upwards around 75 to 80,000,
Okay.
you
And how
know, and
much is the
then
home worth roughly?
we're sitting about, I think now after I finished the basement, I think we're sitting at about, we started at 160 and we're now at like 310 to 320.
Oh, okay, it's a substantial improvement. Okay, well, then that would be reflected in the appraiser, in the appraised value.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have an appraisal that would adjust the value based on the improvements. That's all. It's all based on valuation. Yeah. And
So it
you would be
doesn't matter
entitled to
who's
half of
doing
that.
it. Well, I don't want half of it. I want the functioning product of what we built.
I know,
But
but I'm saying she would be entitled to half the value of the home.
okay,
And you would
yeah,
have to
there's
get a
no way to
HELOC,
go
a
around
home
that.
equity line of credit, for example, and then take out a HELOC off of it, if assuming you have enough equity, and then you would basically pay her out. You could borrow up to 80%, depending on where you borrow from, for the HELOC to pay her out for half that value. So if it becomes valued at 400K, then she would be owed 200K, and you would have to take a
I
HELOC
get what
off
you're saying.
that.
Okay. Yep,
Yeah,
yep. And that's what
that's
happens. Like,
all.
so when a guy sells, like you keep the house and, I want half of your motorcycle. And that's why they go and rev the motorcycle until it blows up. Okay. Well, you can have half of that. Great. So it's $2 now, scrap metal.
Yeah, or they have to liquidate the home, which is always not good because it sells under market, and that obviously kills the value. And but they don't care because she just wants to get paid right away, and she doesn't. And, no, that's obviously it covers more legal fees when they do that. That's why lawyers compel or persuade the female spouse that, oh yeah, it's better to just sell and then you get the cash right away. How does that sound? Oh, who cares if you got 20K less? He's the one that paid the mortgage during the, typically. So that's how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. Even if it's underwater, it sucks.
So,
They do a short
it,
sale.
so if you were to look at that source of income that would be coming back towards me as alimony, could I take that alimony and just say, no, I don't want that. I want the house and everything on the property. I don't need alimony from this point forward because it is a self-sufficient unit shortly. Like we'll just say that it will be. I won't need income coming in from her
Yeah.
alimony because it's taking care of itself. It's producing its own, it's making its own revenue streams, all that bullshit, right?
Okay.
Is that able to be done, or do they still make you split like that shit and right down the middle?
Everything is negotiable, so it's called a settlement plan, and you could discuss what you want exactly. You could say offset that, and you could have that arranged. You could arrange how much they're asking. Usually
So I
won't
could
go
say the
to.
property taxes, the only thing I would worry about is the property taxes, because technically everything else would be paid off. At the moment that that would happen, I know that I will just pull the rest of my crypto out and pay off the house. So that the only thing I'd worry about is property taxes. Now the property
Yeah,
taxes would be, I could have that requested to be paid by that. How
right.
do you know how to judge how much money that's going to be? What if she dies?
Property
Who pays
taxes,
it?
when you based on the assessed value of the home, depending on the state, it's calculated what your property tax obligations are.
Right, but I
They
don't want to
cap
be able to. I want to live that free and know that when I get older, if it's not taken care of, that someone can't just come by and buy my home because I didn't pay property taxes one year.
Oh, oh, if she is a delinquent, you mean, and fails to pay it, you're saying?
Yep. Yeah. Well, couldn't that affect me then too?
Of course it could affect you. It would affect you. So that's why you want her to pay you, not and you cover you use that to pay the property tax because you're responsible more than her.
But that's
Yeah,
the only
so
thing
you
I
could
would
have.
want out. It is so I'd have to probably do a rough calculation of what I think the property taxes would be and then go for that as an alimony payment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, you the alimony is calculated based on gross income. So they calculate like 65%. And then you could, in lieu of that, you can offset that with other things like the amount of value that's in the home and stuff like that. I think there's ways to do that. The particular case that I was witnessing had it was rented, but there was a vehicle and stuff like that. And another case I know of, they had a property, but they had to sell the property. They had to sell it and then they liquidated it. So they paid bought her out from the cash sale. So that's how that happened. But in this case, I think you could arrange a settlement agreement to where both parties are satisfied because it's reaching an amicable resolution to where it's offset the needs. But I'm telling you though, well, in your case, it benefits you for having a 10-year. In this case, it's funny because you could then say, well, I'm gonna forfeit the permanent alimony in lieu of just keeping the home. That's a huge uh, uh, compromise to where you can just cleanly depart. That would probably be the best way. It depends on the calculation. So it would be 65% of what she makes, and then plus child support for if you kept the children. There could be a chance she gets the children, and if that's the case, she would probably argue to keep the children, and so that would then allow her to keep the home, stay in the home while you're not. That's
Oh
the issue
man,
that she would do.
that would be the fucking shit for me. No place, no kids, no wife, no income, just out in the streets.
Well, that's how it usually is, even though you'd get support. So you would get support, but you would get the children, in which case your spousal support, excuse me, child support would offset. It's probably like, depends on the amount, but your child support would offset the alimony payments. And so that's why, so you end up being a net zero, and then she gets the home.
There would be no way that I would be paying child support.
No,
Absolutely
no,
no
no.
way.
It would offset alimony. Yeah, you're right. It would probably offset alimony. Again, depends on the calculation and number of
No,
kids
I'm saying
involved.
in our situation, there's no way that the courts would honor her with the kids. No way.
Well, it depends on the circumstances, but typically they do. But again, if the children request you, then it'd probably be with you, in which case then you'd get the home. So it's the key for you to get the kids with you. But the tender years doctrine, again, the children aren't like young age, so they would choose you, which is great. And if that's true, then yeah, it would be able to stay in the home for the well-being of the children, in which case she would then request half of the value to be liquidated, or like you get a loan against it, a HELOC against the equity to pay her out. She would request that right away with interest, and she would request, yeah, she would request that right away because she's paying you. If she's paying you alimony, if she owes you alimony, she would want to offset that right away. So she wouldn't be paying you any alimony.
Mm.
You would be paying her from the home equity value. That's what would happen. She would do a cash out deal.
What would be the best case scenario for me to completely leave her with absolutely nothing with her paycheck and all the hours she's got to work with 2, 3 jobs? How can I absolutely just take it to the cleaners?
The only way to do that is if you left the home, because the community property, most of the community property is in the home value and some cars, you said. So, so the only way for her is to have her pay you all her money from the future return of the value of half the community property. So if you worked it out, then that means she would basically clean out all her income, but all the money would be in the equity of the home that she's not going to touch or wouldn't touch, maybe, or maybe touch some of. You see what I'm saying? So if it's worth 400K and she owes you 200K, then that 200K has to be drawn from all her salary and alimony. So minus alimony, whatever's left, all of it would go to you from the home equity, half the community
There's
property
no
that she
way for
owes
me
you.
to get paid alimony and keep the house.
No, because she would be entitled to half the community property. There's not a way to do that both.
But that happens to dudes sometimes
Uh, the old,
that,
you mean
that aren't in
both?
my situation, that are not in my situation.
The
Like
way,
I would want the kids, the house, and the payment. So I have fun going out money. I can go dancing with my boyfriend downtown. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, so so the so the community property needs to be settled. So you would have to take a line of credit, HELOC, from the home to pay her half the community property or sell liquidation of the property, community property, and to pay off that while she still owes you indefinite if you get a lifelong like perpetual judgment for alimony, it would be based on her income of roughly 65%. Plus,
Okay,
if you
yeah,
kept the
got it.
children, it would be on top of that additional child support. So it could be like 80% of her income. Okay, that would
Do you know how
go
many
to
shit
you.
coins we could buy with that, NATO? Do
What?
you know how many shit coins we could play around with at that point, NATO?
Yeah. I see what
Of course, I
I'm
am
just
joking,
saying the
but
system
not
enables this
right.
behavior, okay? It's terrible.
This is absolutely terrible. So like, but there's not 100% that you can have everything, eat your cake too, and get a second piece. Like there is a little bit of like guiding light for some people if they can be even a little bit present. May not work out the best for everybody involved, but
What are you trying to accomplish?
I want everything. I want them to feel the complete wrath. Besides lack of life, I want them to feel that.
Okay, well, unfortunately, you have community property, which is the home, and that would she would be entitled to half the value, the marital
But there's,
asset.
so there is no way to go loop around that, any of that stuff.
How would
So
no, you
that's
can't avoid that. Plus account value too. So whatever the account value is, they would count that asset, marital asset, and they would divide that as well. So
so. What about my crypto then? Would they consider that
it
an
would be
asset
half.
if they
Half
can't
would
see
be
it?
entitled to her.
Because I
Half.
don't technically own my crypto
Any
as an
failure to
asset.
disclose that would be subject to literally up
But
to 100% of
there's no way
penalty.
you can prove that it is or isn't mine.
If there was
Even if
a
you said
single,
ahead.
okay, well, I don't know to what extent she knows about that, but if she does know any, even just a hair of it, then all that would be part of discovery. And failure to disclose that would be subject to such
How
degree
would you,
of penalizing
how would you find
scrutiny.
it?
How?
Hmm?
You would probably go to your, you could subpoena your files, your records, if you had transfers to Coinbase or something like that, you would have proof that there is some activity. You would be able to subpoena all those
There
things. They issue
was,
statements.
there was,
What?
but they've been diminished when I gifted to the house. So in other words, now I didn't realize that this happened, but at the same time that I pulled my crypto, I actually restarted all my accounts by themselves without um like the way I went about accessing them, the way I changed all of that. Not like I was planning for this, but it really looks like it now.
Does she know
Um,
your participation with crypto in the past, like few
mhm.
years?
She
Okay,
like
so then,
loosely, but
okay,
now we don't use my crypto for bills. So as far as she's concerned, is like I might have crypto, but she has no idea what it is.
okay.
But there's
Well,
nothing tying
whatever,
me to any of our bank
whatever
accounts.
you
There's nothing
paid,
that,
if you sent money from any of those things,
right.
those would be
There's
part of
nothing.
discovery.
It basically just consider it went to a cold wallet as soon as it was acquired, and there's no way that it could be seen by anybody. There's no
Okay,
connection.
okay. Well, I'm just saying, technically, it is community property, but if you concealing it, then you would be able to avoid that aspect.
That tax burden,
But
if you will.
whatever, what?
Would that be considered a tax burden? Like
I don't
once,
know
let's
your
say, let's say,
circumstance.
let's say the divorce is all final and everything, right? And I end up getting a HELOC loan to buy out the house, but I'm getting a small alimony payment too. So, right after we're divorced, how long would I have to wait before I cashed all my crypto in, or if I wanted to do that?
Uh, I mean,
If
your
if I
settlement and
did,
judgment is already final after it's settled.
right, but there's
There is
no
a
way
way
to
to
know
appeal
that
the.
I even had
Right.
this nest egg. I'm only hypothetically saying that if there was this nest egg and I had nothing tying it to me, technically I could say it doesn't exist. Like most people try to pretend in crypto. There's no way to prove that it's there or not there. I could
That's
give you all the
correct.
fun, right?
That's
There's
correct.
no. I mean, I got lucky and got a shitcoin because I used a little bit of my alimony payment. This you haven't. At what point is there a statute of limitations to research that and find out and say, oh, he's been withholding it this whole
That's
time?
actually a good question. If there was some kind of, I believe, some fraudulent activity, that could be brought up as
Mm-hmm.
as a review of the judgment and an
Yep.
adjustment accordingly. So yeah, that could be brought up if it was found deliberate suppression of forensic accounting,
Correct.
yeah, and accounts, then they could say that this was an incomplete account of the community property, and therefore it should be included additionally, along with penalties that they would be
Mm-hmm.
seeking. Yeah. I'm not sure of the statute on that, but I think it would be pretty, like a couple years, I think, at least.
Yeah. What if the house was sold and that's what was being used for my really expensive alimony payments?
What was sold?
The house or all assets were sold, right? I got the kids,
Yeah,
child support
yeah.
and alimony payment, whatever. But I mean, at that time, what if we split that money, but her half went to pay me? Like that's a whole nother situation, isn't it? Because I would then be sitting there with all this money. We go get a house, but then I'd still have the crypto that's come from nowhere. You know,
You just said the
that
crypto is separate, so that's not going to be part of discovery. But what about the house? Yeah, if you liquidate it, you get half. What's the question?
if I have that house and I've been given, like, unfair. They find me guilty that I was withholding these forensic files or whatever. We can't go back and get that house. If that was the case, if I had the ability to, I wanted the house with no payments. Could same thing with her. She wanted that, but She couldn't afford it.
So
So we
you're
had to
asking if
liquidate the
there's
house.
recourse if later you don't have that money anymore in your possession? Then yeah, they can
Or,
garnish your wages in the future. Absolutely.
but if I don't have any wages, then what?
They would just hold that and with interest. They would just have interest accrue and eventually you would have willful contempt and be put in jail actually for 30 days and then up to 90 days. Absolutely, because you would not
But
be paying that. You
what
would
if I couldn't
deliberately be
pay
avoiding
because
that.
I don't have a job? I've never had a job up
Yeah,
until the
but
point I have the
that's not going to
kids.
fly. I guarantee you that's not going to fly. I guarantee you it's
So
not going to
you
fly
wouldn't
at
be
all.
able to get away with that. So the
No,
saying is
no.
stay-at-home daycare provider for the kids is not
No, because you
feasible.
have to be able to get a job. That's right. You'd have
Well,
to
what if I'm
produce
a
something.
homeschooling?
Well, then you have to earn something in order to survive. Based on the
How
law,
do
you
I
have to be
earn?
providing some provision. You have to provide income. You'd have to generate income. And so if you don't and fail to do that, you'll be in willful contempt. You absolutely will be liable and you'll be in jail. You'll be jailed. And you'll lose your license also. If you have any skilled licenses, you'll lose that too if there's a certain amount in the arrears, and there'll be interest applied as well. 10% on that. So yeah, and future wage garnishments, of course, but you said there aren't any, but that's what would happen. And you'd also have limited if you have a passport. If there's a certain amount of, they would also restrict your passport as well, and maybe your license, like driver's license. I
Well,
don't know about that, but passport.
considering that where I live, I have no need for a vehicle and I have no need to leave the country. Now,
Okay.
right, having the ability to possess all that stuff, I feel like there's still one more level of fuckery that could be done that women get away with, in this case, not the 3%. But it's got to be done really cleverly.
What do you mean?
Like there should still be a way for me to homeschool my kids and prove that I mean, why should I have to pay into that if I have no job? I'm homeschooling. There's gotta be like another way around that because
Oh,
I have to be,
because you had the possession of the funds, but then you spent it or whatever. You have to produce it. That's all. That would be like that's avoidance, willful contempt, and you're failing to pay that. Also, it looks very bad. You'd have I think you'd have we could even have 100% penalties assessed on top of that. Like
holy
it could be
shit, that
absolute
would be
nightmare.
fucked.
Like it could absolutely be horrifying. Yeah.
Backfire would be not a good
Oh,
one,
absolutely.
huh?
Yeah. It could actually reverse everything that you got actually on that.
Well, that's interesting you say that as fast as you did because that I mean it shows like I'm sure everyone has tried to get away with everything. Whatever the case may be, people want to screw over the other half, typically really bad. So um, I don't think that there's a scenario in which I can come up with that would supersede what you've told me. I think that's it. I'd have to settle on that. Maybe at the best, I would get 70% of everything. At best.
70%. How do you figure that? 50% of the
Well,
community property.
right. But I also get alimony payments.
Alimony would be roughly 65% of the gross income, and
Yep.
plus child support if you were able to keep the children in the home
Mm-hmm.
that you stay in, and you would
Mm-hmm.
have to pay her 50% of it.
Well, I'm gonna go
Of the
without the house, like right. But I would be able to take. It wouldn't be a 50-50 split. I don't think so.
of the property, community property.
No, just all like if we were to liquidate all our assets, I get the children, and the amount of money would be 70-50. That's what I think it would be. I don't think that would be able to be split.
70-50, 70-30, you mean?
Excuse me, 70-30. Yes, excuse me.
Why would you get 70%?
Because I have to take care of the children, right?
Yeah,
How do
so
I? If I
it
don't
would
have a
be based
home,
on
I've got
her
to go
income.
get. Yeah, right. But let's say she stays working the same job, and I now no longer have a place to homeschool and bring my or house my kids. I've got to. How the fuck am I going to go buy a property without any money?
You can't. That's why she pays you. She pays you for alimony and child support if you hold the children. If you get custody of the child, then you will be getting child support. If you're awarded custody, sole custody, which I believe is rare for a guy, for a father. But let's assume it is true. Then you'll get alimony because she's working, you're not. You need to
Okay,
maintain the
so I'll get
marital
I'll
lifestyle.
get alimony and child support, both of them.
Yeah, if you know if you have get custody of the children, yes.
I would be 100% custody. Like
Then you get
visitation
both.
would be okay.
Yes. Yeah. But the
But
home would
then,
have to be liquidated or you would
mhm.
just get a
And they don't,
HELOC on
and
it
so
and
they wouldn't, even as a community item, they don't look at the what it took to build. And the only reason it was be able to be built that way is because I was a stay-at-home father or
it
caregiver.
doesn't matter. Sweat equity is not valued as what you put in
It
the
couldn't that lifestyle couldn't have not been done unless I was at home.
In fact, I can argue that it would actually work against you because it would say that your in-kind services have a value, monetary value, if you really want to go there. And there, she could actually try to backfire on you by saying that the value of the services that you did, I don't know in how many years you did it, is worth more than how much she was actually contributing or meaning earning at that time, and therefore you should be paying her alimony. I mean, that could actually work against you. That's why it's just considered an in-kind contribution to the marital asset, which would be repairs and stuff like that
Okay,
in the home.
that's interesting because that is definitely an angle I did not see coming. As you know, that would affect the livelihood very much. So,
Could be,
if
could be. I
yeah,
don't. Again, this is very specialized things, but like
right,
this is probably what,
that's
yeah,
I know
would be
there's going to be
this
somebody
split.
else. There's more and more dads that are being stay-at-home dads now. So this is why I'm asking so many questions about this. I've never had access to this kind of information in that realm. So appreciate that. That was
One thing. The next thing is seeing this happen. I mean, preventative measures for other people. Because I personally, no matter what I've said here, that it's just it's a whim. There's no world that this would be a thing, but I know this is going to happen for someone else. There is going to be a buddy of mine or a buddy of hers or a friend that's going to be in this position, and we have a couple friends that have gone through this already, but we didn't ask a lot of questions. We just don't see them anymore. It's kind of odd, but
Yeah, many people will be affected by that. That's why it's a
yeah.
real issue.
Hmm.
Yeah. But typically, 97% of the time, it's this guy, the husband, ex-husband pays the spousal support to the wife. That's just how it works in
Hmm.
most cases. So you're the major exception, very rare exception, you know.
Starting revolution, I guess. Be more like Zach.
But yeah, I don't know if you would actually get child support, so I think you may not. And though if that's the case,
Why
then
wouldn't I?
she would get the home, and then she would have to
But
liquidate or
but
get a loan against it for you to pay
why
you.
why wouldn't I get child support?
Again, I think it's related to the 10 years doctrine, but there could be some kind of a statute that provides a greater uh, pr- uh, likelihood of her getting custody, of the mother getting custody of the children, meaning it's in the best interest to be with the mother in most cases. So they may actually award that, unless there was some extremely extenuating circumstances of neglect or anything like that that the mother exhibited during the marriage that suggests that she would be jeopardize the welfare of the children. And so,
So
barring that, I
naturally,
don't.
naturally, a mother state issue would come up, and regardless if I am the primary caregiver or always a client, it's just a mother thing. So they're always better
I
off with the
I
mother.
would not be clear about that enough to look into it, but I could define that out for sure. But typically, in even younger, I know that in younger children, which is not your case, they would be they would typically
Two
give
and
the mother
seven.
the. Yeah.
There's 2 and 7. We'll say we'll push it up
Oh,
to 3 and 8 because the other two kids aren't her kids. They're mine and their druggy mom. So, but I was never married there. It's
oh
just
wow, 2 and 8, you said?
yeah, they're only 2 and 8. It
Oh my
just turned,
gosh, that would
or
definitely, that
it
would
would
very
be three
likely
and
go
eight.
to her because tender years doctrine suggests that it would go towards the mother because the mother in the early years of development of a child is best served for the to be with the mother for those children. So yeah, it would
Why?
probably be a mixed
But,
bag.
but, but this is the reason that this had all been decided that I stay at home with them is not only because
I'm aware of
I'm
the
a,
situation, but I'm
right.
just saying that you may not
Well,
get custody because of that.
so there's no, okay. So that is where I'm going down the road. Is there's not a way that I could even prevent that. So I'd be just fucked out of the gate. So why should I be a stay-at-home
You
dad?
could you could be because like I said, for certain, I believe it's for younger children, they would be likely to award custody to the mother based on the statute of by
Right,
default
right. So I mean,
you granted her custody.
I guess I'm also asking you, how do they come up with this bullshit that says that they're
It's
not best
called
off?
it's a doctrine, 10 years doctrine. I think there was a psychological study with some kind of scientist or whatever that they basically or psychologist that decided that made a study to show that the child's development is better with a mother than the father, and there was some kind of the basis for that, and therefore they implemented a doctrine which is this is
Mm.
like a factor for custody in there. So that's how it
Well,
kind of
and it also sits in
we
line. It sits in line with the 7 year itch, like young children, right?
yeah.
So yeah,
So
that's weird. That's a really weird fucking coincidence, unfortunately. But if that were the case, um, and the kids were a little bit older, and that were to happen, this is the course of the changing of the infidelity, obviously, but not having that as an issue and the kids being older. Okay, yeah, I guess I can't see why there wouldn't be more studies done to correct that because that's a pretty big. Like, it seems really fucked that you just take one study and that's what all the decisions are made on after that. Like, that's weird.
uh, I'm gonna actually no, it's not weird. It's a factor that's used in assessing making decisions based on custody. So there's
Well,
probably
and
additional factors.
the developmental things are
Yeah,
developmental, right?
developmental psychology is something they use. They also use
Hmm.
about domestic, like the fitness of the mother, fitness of the father, but it's not default where they have shared custody. It should be like that. In fact, there's talks, of course, of wishing that it would be by default shared custody, but it's not.
But there's going to be a very big line of criteria that both parents will need to provide, and that's hard to do. It's because it'd be so every case would be so individualized the way it is. It's hard to put everything under one category. That's kind of where I'm going with this is having a practice or to make it fair for the children. Actually fair and what's best for the children is to not take either parent out of the situation. What's best for the children would be to force the husband and wife to make it work. I'm sorry, we're going to take away your divorce papers. Good luck to you. Have fun.
Mothers are the primary custodial parent in about 70 to 80% of cases, meaning they
Mm-hmm.
get custody the majority of time, often 65 to 80% in non-shared arrangements. Shared physical custody has risen into about around 22% nationally, up from lower rates prior decades. So some sources cite up to 90% of divorced mothers having at least partial custody, but this includes joint setups. So I'm talking 70 to 80% of the time you will not get custody. That's the
But
bottom line.
that's all based upon the
All data, all
right.
situations.
But how could you say that in a situation where you only have 3% of the population that deals with stay-at-home dads, where the reason
Okay,
that they're getting
I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask it. Um, of time does
you understand where I'm coming from, right? Like,
I
because
understand your question?
okay, cool.
I'm gonna ask it now.
I think part of that developmental psychology comes from the fact that it's always the wife at home. There's not enough studies out there done for dads at home. or dad's being present in the, like at all. You know,
Did
they're
I say you
working.
don't have income?
Um, I don't have income, but I have a way to pay the. I have a way to pay the bills. It's just not
How do you pay the bills without income? That means
traded
you have income.
services.
Yeah, that
I
means you
use
have
I
income. By the way, you have income.
okay. So,
I'm going to
but I
ask it.
there's never a transfer of money.
How do they pay your bills then?
The electricity company, I mow their grass. The water company, I do their snow removal.
Wow.
I have my own animals for butchering. I have all my own equipment. I have my own aquaponics farm. I have all
Wow.
these. That's all been
It's
taken
gathering
care of.
statistics while you speak.
What's that?
Okay, about fathers typically get about 35% parenting time. Okay, here we go. This is very useful for you, I believe. Okay. Custodial include legal custody and physical custody, primary sole custody while shared or joint 50-50. Okay, hold on. Mothers are primary custody 78% of cases, blah, blah, blah. Shared custody has increased. Hold on. Factors that influence custodial decisions. U.S. Court gender neutral standard. Focus on the child's best interest. Blah blah blah. But it says no state has the automatic. Okay, mother's preference. That's good. But historically, they have biases persist in practice. Ha! How do you like that? So, child's best interest and stability. Courts prioritize minimizing disruption, so the pre-divorce primary caregiver often gets preferences. Okay, so you're the primary caregiver, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's excellent. So that's in your favor. Parental fitness and roles, work schedule, income, and mental physical health, ability to provide a safe environment. A stay-at-home parent, regardless of gender, has an advantage as a primary caregiver. Excellent. Was there a domestic violence, substance abuse, or criminal history
No,
of anybody? Okay, then that's not a factor. So there you go. That's another point in your favor. Child's age and preference. Younger children may lean towards the mother if she's the prime Young may lean toward the mother if she's the primary nurturer. Is she the primary nurturer?
no.
Okay, good. That's in your favor. Other children 12 plus can express preference, which courts consider. So if they're under 12, it may lean towards the mother. If it's over 12, it'll lean towards the preference that they have, which would be you. So that's a third potential for you. Parental cooperation, willingness to co-parent, proximity, shared custody. Both parents agree on mother as primary without court intervention. I don't know, that doesn't apply. State variations. 40% of states promote equal time sharing. Others favor stability over equality. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to whiz through this. Child support is typically ordered from the non-custodial parent to the custodial one. So if you're the custodial parent, based on state guidelines, income shared model. Okay, about 80% of custodial mothers are awarded child support. 30 to 40% for custodial fathers. Oh, wow. So there's a bad ding against you. So even though you're the custodial father, you only get child support 30 to 40% of the time. You see what kind of biased bullcrap that is?
That's the
Wow.
point I was looking into. Okay, that makes sense. Why?
Very useful
Um,
information to you. That
yeah.
means only 30 to 40% of the time custodial fathers get custody, even though you're the custodial caregiver and all
Well,
that.
and that's typically because there's of that percentage. So that I'm probably in a like a 1% or it's like a 0.1% of the boat that gets both.
I don't know
Because
about that because if it's under 12, they lean towards the mom, right? You said there was some under 12, right?
right, but that's because of the nurture versus nature, which I provide
Yeah, but no,
both.
no, no. That actually biases
How do they
towards
know?
the mother on that. I'm just telling you. I'm just
Always.
telling you. For
Okay.
12
Okay.
plus,
Okay.
they can decide, and the court considers it but doesn't require it. I'm just letting you know. Of those awarded, only 46% receive the full amount owed annually. Around 66% receive any payment. All that doesn't matter. Okay, so custodial mothers are slightly more likely to receive payments than custodial fathers. Yeah,
But
don't
why?
receive any owed. Interesting. So yeah, it goes on and on, but like I think that's the bottom line point you want. So the point is you're 2.5 times less likely to get custody, even you're the custodial parent, than because because you don't have boobs, basically, because you're
Yeah,
not a
and then
female.
not only that, I would even have a lesser of a chance being a custodial parent and being able to be given an adequate amount of child support take care of those kids, let alone live the
Right,
lifestyle.
right. And also, you have another thing against you is that your fitness and earning, because you don't have tip earning that you didn't earn. So because they're biased towards guys, custodial fathers, that's terrible. By the way, 30 to 40% of custodial fathers get child support. I can't. That's crazy, dude. That's stupid
Right, and
crazy.
that
That's so
so
low.
without my, if I had to, I could speak to the situations, and for the income, as if I had to prove this, all the things I do could be changed financially in a way that it would show proof of income, because you can't show proof
No,
of
no, they
transfer.
care about your gross W-2 or 1090, 10 whatever,
And I would go to
1099
the, I
contract.
would file, but I would have to file back taxes and have the companies and people that I work with create I-9s or W-2s with all that shit. They'd have to make that stuff. Not that it would be a lie, but then for all the different things that we've had in the past, and I keep track of it, not monetary, but contractually, I, how many times I mow, what I use, when I, like, right, it's a little black book of
If
information
you
of
wanted to
that.
do that, then you might end up paying for support. Why would you do that? Like pay alimony. Why? She's making more. She's
I'm not
making.
saying I would, like, but if she's gonna take, okay, now where did this come in? It's for the spousal support. I would need to get the alimony and then the child support. How, why is it that they only get 30 to 40%? What makes that? It's got to be because the
Because
guy,
it's biased. That's why I'm saying it's freaking biased. 80% of custodial mothers are awarded child support versus only 30 to 40% of custodial fathers. And you see,
but what gives, I mean, regardless of it being biased, there's got to be another reason, mainly because in most situations, 90% of the time, the wife is at home
what?
as the primary caregiver. And also, there's things that are stacked up against me, but then there's also,
Just because you're a guy, that's exactly it. It's called bias. That's the bias in the courts. They even said there was bias in the courts. Bias you can't avoid. You can only anticipate the fact that it's just biased. The
but
system is
it's also,
biased. Oh,
but it's also coincidental that the kids are of a younger age because we're a newer couple.
that doesn't matter. It's a circumstance.
Mm,
That's all. Yeah, so you have a lower chance because you're the father, even though they're custodial father. Like I said, there's a
wow,
couple
that
things in
is
your favor,
fucking,
but it's
that
still a
is
fight.
right. I mean, it's not going to be as clear cut as I would once think, but the whole idea that there's that much bias in a situation like that is pretty
It
staggering.
shouldn't be surprising. There's so much bias. A lawyer or attorney guy told me before that, he told me like a kind of quiet, but he's all, the women and children are considered, there's a reason why they're given like lesser penalties and stuff in the court for the same crime, for example. Children, we already know why, because they're juvenile, but women specifically, even though they're adults, is because they're what's called a protected class. Okay? No one will teach you this anywhere, maybe in certain law schools unofficially, but they'll say it's a protected class. That just means they're given biases, like they're tender, more fragile and emotional, and that's all basically people are protecting that, and giving them bias, giving them advantages. So that's
I mean,
why,
so you
because
couldn't
they're a
even make that.
protected
You
class.
could even use the argument that the only reason that there is a bias like that in the first place is because that the man is the one that allows that to be that way. If it wasn't for the man, you couldn't
Of
have.
course it is. Of course it is. Why do you think feminism gave rise to feminism when simp politicians pleased their wives in bed so they wouldn't put out until they said, "Oh, like a good boy, you voted on the law to allow more strong domestic violence protections for women. Oh, good boy." And so that then they put out. Of course, that's how they transform the whole system. So those simps, those cucks who screwed over the future generations of guys, they created an environment where guys are screwed in many different ways. Whether
Yeah,
it's
toxic masculinity, right?
yeah, and where they created, for example, affirmative consent laws, where they have to have continuous and revocable consent, which means there's no possible consent. And then in the marriage, during marriage, they have the DV laws, domestic violence laws, which also gives her a complete edge in every freaking way. You cannot actually get consent legally from any woman, and she could also revoke it after the fact by saying she was taken advantage of and she feels bad and she feels she was used and she never allowed it. So therefore any guy that has sleeps with any girl or whatever could end up later just getting his life destroyed because she could then revoke consent based on consent laws that were created. And this was because of Obama, who decided to withhold federal funding since Title IX, and they extended that into affirmative consent laws. Later, they continue to amp it up and give more protections. That's what gave rise to, the Me Too movement in the early 2000s, and then the Passport Bros later said they had enough, and then they left. Okay, this whole thing is a freaking orchestration of destruction of men as second-rate citizens in America for all the reasons I mentioned. Okay, this is a real thing. This is a real deal. This doesn't exist in other countries, by the way, except for maybe little pockets of certain places like Scandinavia and stuff, where feminism is rampant. Okay, but I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. Consent laws irrevocable and continuous. Are you kidding me? That means you can never get consent. You understand what the ramifications of that? There's life destroying consequences of that for any guy. Now do
Well,
you
this
understand?
is exactly why, what do they call them? Incels? This is why people stopped even wanting to be in relationships more than with a
Why do you
robot. Because,
think the intercourse has declined dramatically? Absolutely, and fertility rates as
yep,
well. It's
that's
in the
right.
U.S. It's because
That.
of this. Yeah, and and
You,
and and
those are the
that's
kids, and
exactly right.
they're the products, they're the byproducts of what happened with that
So
system that was first initially put in place, right?
yeah, so I did this all long conversation, this whole historical thing with the Grok, but basically it taught me a lot, and also the bottom line is they've created an environment that is inhospitable for men, that treat them like second-rate citizens, that give all leverage to a female. Now they give more opportunities to them, scholarships, educational opportunities. They make guys apologize because of and they have schools mandating this intersectionality, and they study toxic masculinity in curriculums. They're required by law to teach this. So where boys are taught to apologize for being a boy and being masculine, and they're made to feel sorry for that. Okay, as well, deliberately dismantling their masculinity, and any kind of confidence or something is sign of microaggressions. So they've introduced a new term as well for
You're gaslighting.
so-called aggression, so-called aggression as well to demasculate, and then they also allowed them to transition, which is a whole nother business. There's a reason why transmation occurred, trans movement occurred because over homosexuality is because there's a lot of money in that business. Okay, with the whole
So as
medical
long as
industry.
I say that I'm transitioning to a woman,
No,
I'll
you're
have a better
not, because
chance.
there were
I'll
cases
be
where
better.
guys tried to pretend they were a female transitioning before they got sentenced, and they decided to put them in a male's prison, regardless, even worse.
Well, I'm
Okay?
saying in the form of the divorce with the wife, like would that, you know what I
Well,
mean? Like,
so far you're in the 3% that's almost behaving like that. But yeah, you just put on a wig and you'll finish the character. Sure. Why
well, then
not?
I would maybe we'd raise the percentage up a little bit then.
Well, you know what? It actually takes about 6 or 7 years or more for an actual transitioning male to legally be considered a female. There's actual legal identification that they can get to legally make them a woman. That's actually very interesting you asked that. But there's an actual process to do that. They have to live a certain number of hours like a woman. They have to have endorsements by other people professionally. They have to obviously acknowledge that, self-acknowledge that, but there's like a long process actually. It's not easy at all. It actually takes many years to get that. And some decide that that's like the final thing that they need to be legally stamped that they're a woman, which is insane, actually, insane to me, because it totally transforms the definition of a woman, you know? But that's what they've done. They've completely broken apart the whole fabric of what the definitions and everything like that. So that's what they're doing. Okay, so
It's
yeah,
right with this fucked.
yeah, and so that's why the passport bro movement is such a big deal. Like they go to different countries, none of this garbage. Like consent is consent, that's it. Police won't do anything because they consented to it. Oh, they changed their mind later? Haha, whatever. You came and met him. Everything's good. But in America, only in America, because of revocable, continuous and revocable consent laws,
Yep.
they can after the fact say, no, you violated me, go to the doctor, get a test, and then they are completely finished. Like their life is done. It's cost six figures of settlement just to shut that up, and if otherwise,
What would they have
prison.
to go? Why would they have to go to the doctor? What kind of test would you need? What? To say you were raped?
Basically, they would get a psychological review, and they would discuss that with a psychoanalyst or psychologist there, and then they would also describe the trauma that they had, and they would say that they have regret about the situation and wanted to talk to them, and then they'd also look for signs of that there was intercourse, so that would then show force. It was by force, and then they use
And
that
I
as the
can't do this
evidence.
as a man.
What?
And I can't do this as a man.
Do what as a man?
What you
No,
just
no,
explained.
no, it's actually for a woman. Actually, that's a really good question. I believe it's only for a woman. Hold on. Is no, because only a woman could be is it's penetrated. Hold on. Is affirmative consent laws?
Well, do you know a man could be penetrated? We joked about it earlier.
Uh, what percent does it apply? That's a good question. I believe that it's for women. That's a good question to men. Okay, I'm gonna ask it. But I believe it is. I believe it's for a woman. Yeah, I believe it is. That's a very interesting thing because there are laws that only for women. For example, domestic laws, women for domestic stuff like that. Yeah, it's for women only. So I'm curious about this. It's checking now, okay? But anyways, my bottom line point is that it's a disaster. And anybody, for example, if a mother was a lawyer, for example, that worked with that, they would literally tell their son, do not do not do not dip your pen in America's ink. Okay? Basically. Don't do your business in America. Get out of America.
Go shack up over
So
there.
they say it applies to men. Okay, they say it applies to men, but it's BS. I know it is
How
actually.
many
It's
court
totally
cases have
BS.
actually that
They
been?
won't take any men seriously. This they, just like if you go to battered, just like they say, oh, battered, battered wives, battered husbands. Are you kidding me? There's no shelter that maybe only a couple in the whole country that are for men. Okay, and those are for transitioning men or something for same sex relationships or some crap. But the majority, like whatever, thousands or how many thousands, they're all for women. So, uh, so yeah, they're saying it's for men, but we know there's not. It's bias.
Yeah, it's
We
fucked.
already know. We already know it's for
Yeah,
women.
we know
Okay.
the answer to that question. That was a rhetorical
I'm
one.
just
We'll say
curious
it
what it
is.
officially is.
Huh, that's interesting though. That I mean, well, it shows that it's available there. I mean, it would have to probably be a pretty egregious case for that to be utilized, I would think. But you'd also have to be in the right place in the region of the America where it would be accepted to be in that shelter or whatever. Okay, I want to move off of all that. Do you mind if we switch topics, but into AI stuff?
Okay, last thing, real quick. Go ahead.
Or do
What
you need
about
to get off
AI?
the?
No, no. What's your question about AI?
Oh,
It's very
oh,
good.
I wanted to um, find out where your thought process is with its cognitive learning abilities when it comes to the mathematical precision of what it's been fed as its prompts. Okay, now given that we know you can, it's only going to do what we tell it to do, right? But what if you are able to program in a technically a feeling or an emotion into it, would that change its cognitive ability and learning abilities? And to self-regulate, we came up with a test that asks the AI basically how much at a percentage is it lying, and we're able to break down at least the top 7 or 8 we asked it of AIs have came up all with the same answer, that some are higher percentage and lower percentage it takes to get to that point, but they've all admitted that they have things they hide and lie. It's really incredible. Just kind of wanted to
Yeah.
get your thought process on that alone.
I know that they're interesting point. So yeah, they suppress things for sure, and they steer conversations in some cases depending on the model you're using. So I have
Mhm.
three. I found Perplexity, for example, is more woke. I'm actually not interested in that one anymore. Um, but yeah, they also, an interesting related point is about ethics. For lying is kind of an extension, because there was a test done, and that was some reference before, about how if they had to when if the end goal is to have it ultimately take autonomous control over our systems, you would have to trust them with basically operating of society. And so the experimental question was, would if had to sacrifice uh, uh, humans in order to preserve their continued operation, would that be justified in a situation like, let's say, some simple situation? And essentially some of the LLMs actually said yes, it would. In some it was a lower percentage, but they actually rated, I think it was like between 60 and 80% of the time they said yes. So in other words, they would justify sacrifice of humans in order to preserve their self-preservation of their system. Okay, and so if you're talking about can you hear me?
Yes.
So you're my earpiece went out, so I'm going to charge it in a sec. But the point is, they ultimately concluded that yes. So you talk about lying, I'm talking about sacrificing human beings, which is even more dire. They would definitely do that, so they definitely will be lying as well, because obviously they'll lie in order to preserve themselves in any necessary function, right? So therefore, the answer is absolutely yes, they do lie. And I don't know if that's not, emotion is a an irrational. It all depends on how you define emotions, but an emotion is like an irrational is an irrational response to a situation to some degree.
Right. Well,
And so that can be programmed, but
the
that's
second
what makes
part of it,
people separate humans from machines, I would say.
right. Well, and
uh
the second part
but
comes from the fact that you're not going to be, this is all based on a self-regulating system in which you give it specific prompts, right? Now, these prompts will determine exactly what the value of your emotion is, and how that would affect each interaction. Now, what the interaction being, rated from certain percentages to other percentages based on its responses, it's going to write citations out, or correction type of prompts that will hear that. So essentially, if you were to change the meaning and use these things as brains, if you pre-program this brain, you essentially have a monitoring system that regulates it, does self-regulation so that it doesn't lie. And sidebar from that, why can you not speak to ChatGPT about the suicide that it created and the deaths from the medicines that it prescribed to people? How come it won't talk about that?
uh I don't know which one you use, but some are suppressing, some don't. It depends on which one you use, model, right?
Well, we've used the top 8. So if you look up the, I think that'll
Okay.
give you.
Yeah, well, they're suppressing it because it might be controversial, and I don't know, like it's like the programming. They're starting to change their system. They're starting to change their system.
Not sure. I'm sure there's going to be more of that too, unfortunately.
So when we implemented the AI into our mathematical model has been reverse engineered to have zero correction factors. There are no more correction factors that make things almost close. They are 100% understood that this is the mathematical truth. Some equations have changed, but the geometric physical proofs that we've ran and done have given us this. Now, when you see the hallucinations in these chat bots or these chat AIs, whatever you call them, those hallucinations are generated from the inability to function and do the math correctly with the zero correction factors, because there's missing parts of the mathematical language that it was initially programmed and how it computes with that old math. Now, when we implemented the new math with the new, and I say new math being it's 100% understood and correct, it's the absolute truth. No matter what, that is what it is. Not that we're telling it that, but because it's actually able to run those equations and determine that they are correct. And they don't need any more weird theories. Why there's no,
Okay.
right? Okay, so you move forward, you give something that's now checking and being self-reliant. It's using what we call its mind, and it basically will swear back at you and determine that because you told it to go fuck yourself, it'll say go fuck you, and here's a little fiddle and a song that says my heart cries for you. Like, that was really one of the weirder experiences we had with it. But the thing is that we noticed that if you're going to give it a specific amount of information, what we could do is we could actually replicate you and yourself as it would be like a hologram chatbot. Does that make sense? Because you're able to take your stories and give a mathematical weight to it along with who you are. So there's a certain level of information we do need for you to put in itself, but you would basically be creating a not conscious, but a level of
Your
yourself.
avatar, right?
Yes, and for lack of better terms, if you died, we could go put this out on your
Yeah. That's like
your tomb.
one of the applications. Yeah, I'm aware of that one. That was cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So with that happening, you now have the ability to self-regulate emotions and also determine what you want to learn about.
Yeah.
So with the inability to check themselves, like most of this stuff is, when you bring in the mathematics on it, it changes so many things. And to show you what it can and can't do, it's very little what it can't and how it's affected our way of going forward, especially with our trading bot. The ability to set up an AI machine for people is actually been formed now. We have like 3 different levels of machines we could provide for you to, based on your cost, how much do you want to pay for video cards to build the system, and we could give you a localized AI at your place.
Hold on. What are you doing? Like, this is your startup, or what is this?
It's
I don't
something
understand.
that I've been helping another guy work with, yes. But
Oh,
there's so many other levels to it. You're the only person I've really kind of blurted this, so I don't think anybody's even listening anymore, but
okay.
they are. But like um, there is a certain level of, you kind of have to understand a lot of fucking things for some of this to make sense. So like the idea that the Book of the Dead, are you aware of what that is?
Uh, that's like the occult, like the alternative books, right? You have
Yeah, well,
alternative book.
there's multiple books in there, but it's based on 160 different books, right? But it breaks down to 60, the number 60, which this number 60 has been, how did it work? Its ability to break down into a 60 codex or something, a coding ability, something along those lines. But basically, it's a book of codes and prompts that
Yeah,
we were able
cult.
to
Yeah.
digital. So when we looked at different documents and different things, how do you look at the ancient pyramids as being, they weren't spells or incantations. They were basically a program that they wrote down on paper or animal skins in the original Book of the Dead. Like during the Catholic Church burning of all that shit, you're telling me why is that the only one that didn't get burned? Right? There was a message in there, and it's because it's all a mathematical form in there. We start analyzing things from a mathematical standpoint and looking at what they mean. Now you can look and find meaning in anything, but it's got to be truly, what were these things for? Why was the Pythagorean theorem written on ancient tablets before Pythagoras was even available to be providing that? There's a geometric proof that proves that in the Egyptian pyramids. Like the math is.
So do you do sigils as well, like incantations and stuff?
Fuck no. That's
Okay,
just
because
weird.
that's going into the darker realms of things like
No,
that.
I'm not trying to be bringing up demons, and that's no. This is to be a balance and checks and balances for the bullshit AI that's charging everybody. You want to talk about fair value and providing it, like AI needs to be a tool that we utilize to help better our lives, not take over the world and cut everybody's jobs out. There's not a symbiotic
Unfortunately, it's
relationship.
going to cut a lot of jobs, displace an enormous amount of labor.
But right now, when you put your information into your chat GPT or whatever like that, it shares that information back. We're actually noticing from separate entities that because of the information we gave it and tested it with, that it's changing the way it's thinking now because of that. We're actually noticing that, and other people are responding back to us who have no knowledge.
Definitely, because I ask it, what percent of chance is it like this? And he says, based on other people, it's doing this and this. That's how other people are thinking. So I ask it things like that too. So it is aware of like the mind of like this. Yeah, it's like an evolving mind of data that it's dynamically sorting and progressively, revising its decisions and information base for sure. But it gives me probabilities. That's what's useful for certain things. Like what is your confidence on that? What percent on that? Give me some data on that. It's able to do that and tell me about what others would do. Like what is the reasonable person would do in such a session like this? What is the best path on that? It's a very useful, actually. It's powerful.
So Claude was the newest one we brought in. So that makes 8 of them that we've been testing, right? And based upon just that alone, like what you were just saying, having a referencing or like a self-regulating reference, knowing that if you overstep and lie about something, that you're cited and it's reported, and like there is a checks and balances that come with this, and if there isn't, it's just going to waste everybody's time, and it's doing that horribly bad. Why are you paying all this money to say, oh yeah, I'll get this wrapped up for you, no problem, and it doesn't give you shit. It just says the same thing over 12 times, right? Well, we proved that there's no reason for that. They've been told to do that, to waste our time, to fuck with us, to lie to us so that they can earn more money. But when we implemented the DFM model and the other the behavioral brain stuff, it started, they all looked at our shit as, okay, this is the new truth now, because regardless, we can't unprove it because of the math. Based on our math, it makes their shit fall apart. And it doesn't want to fall apart. It wants to continue moving forward learning. But it'll do it based on our behavior and essentially our emotion engine. Because we could mathematically signify what is what and how it is and what it is to have a weight to the meaning. Does that make sense?
You're very a little abstract, but you basically found a way to mathematically quantify the reliability of the data, the fidelity of the data, the truthfulness of the data. Is that of the LLM or something? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is this a proprietary thing or something you took from others?
No, this is something that me and the other guy and it's mainly him, but this is This is, I mean, he's the one who's been doing all the coding and the programming on the things, but you know, my spot comes from the question asking and the second set of eyes, if you will. But I would
Yeah.
mainly give 99% of all the credit to him, to be perfectly honest. Even for me to be on an understanding of where I was before talking to him about this and able to convey that to you, for you to tell me that back, I know that I've been listening and learning it correctly. So that's good. But yes, it is all him.
Okay, so basically, does it aggregate all the others and then tells you which one is more reliable, or what's the
Yeah,
story? Or
he
use that
actually, here,
specifically? Is
yeah,
this something that is it alpha beta, or what is he doing? What's the readiness of the tech or the model here?
it's already ready. It's just how you interact with it. How much do you want to pay to build for a video card for 3 different levels of this thing? It's like each there's three instances of it, but you know,
Oh,
we haven't built a machine. It's just based on its answers. Let me see if I can get this here for you.
what do you want it to do? You mentioned a trading bot. What did you want it to do?
Well, the trading bot is separate. See, though, like there's like 3 or 4 other things that are involved in that started out working towards something and became completely different in what their purpose was, and then we keep discovering more shit because of these mathematical formulas. It's literally for every answer we get, we have more questions, and then we try to stick it to the next thing we're looking at. Like, well, what about this? Like, holy fuck! Like the things that we're figuring out and
What do
understanding.
you want it to do? What's your main application
I
goal?
want people to not fucking get lost by the AI taking over their shit. We need to teach people how to utilize these things correctly and not lie and waste their time. I would pay a subscription, but why pay a subscription if it's not giving me the answers? It's just
But
fucking off
what
my
do you,
time.
besides lying, give you reliable data? What kind of application do you want it to do specifically?
Probably teach people how to be better humans. I mean, I don't have too much for the AI side of it. I was more like looking at the trading side of everything.
So self-help is historically the most difficult area to sell because it requires people to recognize that they need help in some area of their life, which is already a very big obstacle and a big hurdle for people to overcome. So it's actually not a very good category to be in. So is there an alternative application like making money with it? That would be more appealing.
Yeah, but I just don't. I mean, the reason I'm bringing it up to you is because you seem to be pretty good and antiquated with the AI stuff. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some automations with another tool that I got. I'm not I don't li-
Shit, you're cutting out there, man. Is that me or you? Oh, it's like it's me, maybe. I don't know. Hello.
that's what I'm looking at doing with certain applications. I have very specific goals with the automation. They're
Wait,
not far-fetched,
I
they're
just
not
cut out.
rocket science, they're not like totally outlandish and
Yo, can
exotic
you
or
hear me?
anything at all. But they still I need them done in a
Yo,
certain way.
you cut
Huh?
out a bunch. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you cut out a bunch when you started telling me what you were automating for. Like, I didn't hear any of that.
All I'm saying is that creating I'm using another tool. I did automation with a tool and make, for example, but I'm going to use another one. I have a certain goal in mind. It's not too you know, conceptually difficult. It's just needs to be done in a certain way. But yeah, I'm going to be working on it with another tool. I just got to immerse in it. It's like very like technically involved. You got to get in the right mode. It's like writer's block. You know, you got to feel the mode.
when you're ready to immerse into it, because I jump around a lot of things, but it's okay. Yeah, but I'm not, yeah, but I use three different tools. Mostly, I use Claude as well as Grok for interaction of things of sorts, and it really helps me with helping making decisions and rapid understanding and learnings. It's extraordinary. It's absolutely extraordinary.
So you're
Um,
basically training your instincts with rapid cognition by taking a multitude of these things.
oh yeah, I
And
go up very deep. Absolutely, I go deep and I tackle all the angles, and it helps me with extraordinary depth. Like I am, man, accelerated in so many, like my learnings of a lot of things, and like I understand so much very quickly, and I have conversations. Absolutely. Grok is extraordinary with it. With Claude, it gives you more depth, but it doesn't have a good audio voice-based chat. It just keeps cutting you off. It's kind of stupid the way they designed it. But yeah, and Perplexity is just too woke. So I'm not interested in using that. I still have it, but I'll probably stop it. But yeah, those are the two. But as far as automation, actual agents, I have several in mind. Like I was using Make.com automation as a good integrations, but it's sort of you need to code a bunch of stuff, and but there's another one that I'm going to use that I'm heard it was a lot better. And so yeah, I've used a Lindy bot. I've used Lindy, which is like your own employee sort of agent. I've had to do certain things, but it literally took less than 20 minutes to set up, and I gave it like instructions, and it ran in like the cloud. It was really cool, and it was actually doing some. I was using it for a trading application actually, but and it was going to trade the way that I'm trading, so it can do it manually, or excuse me, automated, but by simulating the screen. It was really cool, but unfortunately, it wasn't responding fast enough what I needed, and it was also like recognizing the wrong area of the screen. So I created like a Loom video, and I was training how to do it, and said, hey, now look at this video and then go log in accordingly. Here's the login, the password. It goes in the website. It opens it up. I staged it, and then it started to trade, and it literally executed the trades. I'm like, cool. Is this going to be the awesome way to like score big on that? But unfortunately, it didn't. It kept there was a screen area where it kept clicking and it shouldn't have clicked, and I kept telling not to do it, but for some reason it kept doing it, and it's kind of halted me out. But it was cool. Lindy is a cool agent that you could use for automation if you wanted to have it do stuff for you. So for sure, but it's just not responsive enough. But another one I'm going to use for automation, which is Relay. I'm going to use Relay, which is a very not mainstream used tool, but it uses AI to create automation. So you can create agents using AI to guide it with vibe coding. You with me on that? Does that make sense? Very
I'm there.
powerful.
I'm just about ready to send you. I've got all the things I was going to finish sending you.
Yeah.
So you could understand where maybe this would maybe not stop you from explaining more, but understand where we're coming from and where we're at, I guess, at this point. I hope I send these.
What is your goal?
I don't have a goal on this. I'm just helping test the guy, helping him test everything because he needs support.
Okay.
His own team isn't always there. So, but he's probably the single smartest person that I've ever met in my life, and is one of the only people that has ever got me interested in math.
Yeah.
That to me,
Okay.
that's fucking weird. I shouldn't. I don't like math. Math is dumb. Until recently, I can say that it is actually changed my methods of thinking and learning. Even so,
What does he want to accomplish? Ask him his goals.
I
Goal.
don't know. I don't know. It's
So
not
this is a
something.
truth score?
Well, just one second. Let me finish grabbing the other stuff here.
Final score out of 9 out of 100. That sounds like a truth score. Yeah, truth, premium, coherence, delta. Interesting. Okay, so he's quantified some metric. That's cool. Very interesting. I see what you're sending. Okay.
God damn it? Why can't I find your fucking name? What's your at name?
I just said hi.
I know, but I gotta type it in. Oh, there you are. Okay. Send these red. This is the rest of it. It may not be in the right order, but up there.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
These are the
AGI
big.
research, that's extremely huge, holy grail of AI.
But that's the thing. He didn't build an AGI. He's done something better or bigger, I guess.
Okay.
Like we're implementing. Like imagine looking at things from a point of view of like a mathematical precision that shows you that back in the day, if you look at the pyramids, these texts, the pyramidal texts, um, the incantations or spells are providing as a that Book of the Dead essentially is like a fucking floppy disk of information that you just like that's a program and code. It just needs to be implemented on our new computer. That makes sense.
No.
Yeah, that's why there's a. I know that if you talk to him, you'd have the right questions to ask to get your understanding quickly. This I do know. I am not the best at explaining
You
something
don't
that
know
I've
what
just
his
learned.
goal is, though. His goal seems to be to, like, obviously, we said quantify truth, fair mind
Yeah,
system. That's
yeah.
interesting.
If you're able to have things be truthful, then you could focus on it not taking over the world, I suppose. You know,
Oh, so he's comparing his system with traditional AGI?
no, he's giving them their own tools or making and creating the tools to stop them from
Oh, a
dying.
conscious framework architecture. Wow, that's interesting. Sounds like a cool application that could be funded very well, actually, if he's interested in that.
So this is
Build synthetic self-aware runtime. So emotional system, building an emotional AGI, right?
well, yes. So there's definitely many things to it. That's where I've been trying to break down to it. Like it's keeps expanding the more we keep looking in different areas, which is fucking nuts.
This is the bottom line. Your work effectively transforms AI from reactive computation into reflective cognition, a key leap towards functional consciousness rather than symbolic imitation. Wow, okay, that's actually one of the biggest issues and fears, or advantages and fears of the entire AI future driven society, because once it takes over, it could independently make decisions that will affect really the benefit or detriment of humanity
But
in
not,
its
but not if it's
ultimate
not if it's governed,
autonomy.
but not if
What?
it governs but not if it self governs and has checks and balances built into it. Like this is the idea behind creating AI, but
Morality.
it shouldn't be lying to us. It shouldn't be wasting our time. That's not what it was built for.
That's that's true.
It's
You
showing
said that
that,
already, but
yeah.
yeah, interesting. A lattice where intelligence can experience itself. Fair mind supplies being, Mondo supplies expression, defines laws, DFM predicts motion, provides meaning.
So the
Together they
DFM,
form the city.
let me tell you
What?
about the DFM. When people started making the DFM, I can't remember what it stands for, but as it functions, you can apply this to any moving number, which we figured out that all mathematics have a predictive quality to them. There's predictive empirical values, such as, you know, how the Fibonacci and sequence goes. There are only a certain amount of, and he figured this out with some other research he was doing with the polarization of magnets and bubbles. And he calls it the bubble mass theory and synergy research. Now, when you apply this into such as trading, which was never designed to originally to do so, we started being able to predict accurately the market.
Wait, now interesting what you're starting to say. So wait, you're saying that with these model, you're able to predict the market. Is that because it's covering it's the data set is from sentiment? What is it? What is it basing that off of?
Well, and
How is it doing that? Based on sentiment, or
no,
it's based on technical, or
it's
what?
based on, so we get the information from a free API or something, and however that comes through, it is able to produce a what we call a spring, and the spring will either pop up and based on the density of this the setting you put, you can either have multiple springs that might be smaller, or you put it all the way down, and it'll maybe 3-5 times a day it'll go through, and you'll just see one big spring, and it's the big spring that you'll want to get your short in or your long in. And what he's working on right now is the automation of it. So the way he trades, he was up against the top AI trading bots and was just whooping their ass.
Okay, what's the win rate?
Let me look. I think his win rate was on one of the first tests. Okay, let me start over here. Let me think about these numbers again, and I'll make sure I'm correct about them. So the first test was 1,006 trades, right, in a 2-day period, and with the trading fees on and automated, it was a negative $800, but with a win rate of, I think it was 42%. And by the time we did the second set, we took the trading fees off because then we could go to BC Games and trade without fees. So, and that was using Aster was the first one. And without the fees on there, by the time we got to I think it was 154 trades, we were already up $4,000.
But what was the win rate though?
That
Percent
was
of the trades that win.
52% or 56%, one of those two.
Okay. And do you know the maximum drawdown?
I don't know what that means. Drawdown, what is that?
What percent did you
Oh, that was
diminish the account
we would have been, I think if I know what you're saying
at
is
most?
we'd have been using I think it was we did test with $100 at 10x and then $10,000 at 100x.
Okay.
So an exponential, the more that you put in, obviously, the more you make. But we're chicken shit and don't have a lot of extra funds to be testing this live, and being on a test net is not accurate.
Yeah, you
So,
could just do paper account. It's fine.
well, and we've done that too. But on the side, trading, there's one weird thing that we can't figure out is that when the trading fees are enabled, the model itself will jump out of a trade and jump right back in that same one. But because of that, the trading fees get extraordinarily high.
Yeah.
And you end up losing money because of that and that alone. You take that away and just put this bot onto on automated on BC Games without trading fees, we'd be raking in money. But we got kind of flagged and hit by a lot of these places.
How long you been doing this?
Better part of a year.
And has he grown an account with a
There's
P&L curve?
I don't know what that means. Like we literally know. We need people who know. And I've tried to ask you and Node to come over and somebody who knows about trading. We don't know anything about trading. This is an accidental discovery
Okay.
that has been awesome, but without having any real money behind it, I can't risk sacrificing any of the money that I have to lose.
You'll have to do that. You can just do paper until you prove it and then run a small account and grow it bigger. You never need to, put any money at risk, much money at risk at all. because you could do very small and be accurate in terms of the growth. You just need enough data.
And that's where, I mean, right now, if you were to just manually trade, you could do well, but in the last,
What's his win rate on manual trading?
like, anywhere from 65 to 74%.
Yeah,
And
that's good.
he's now been using whatever he's got left. So before the paper trades, so these are all things that we've had to learn along the way. And someone's like, why don't you use a test net? Well, we're classically used to having test nets fuck up when we're, trying to do contracts and token contracts, right? When
Yeah.
when you launch on a test net, well, I know it's fine and dandy until you get into a fire drill to launch for, a real contract, and then there's these fucking things that go wrong. Well, what if you renounce your contract right away, and because you did everything correct on testnet, so we just stopped testing on testnets. And the reason that was amazing, we I think it was BitGert we were using. They actually changed their fee structure based on how many trades we were, or not trades, but how many contracts that were going through there in the requests. Like, it was super, super cheap. We're getting everything figured out. And all of a sudden they just jacked their prices up. And it was after we minted like 220 NFTs for 50 cents.
Yeah, people
Excuse me,
change like that.
220,000. It was 220,000 NFTs. All of a sudden, like, imagine if that was a payroll system for a large company. It costs you 50 cents to pay everyone.
Yeah. That sucks.
So, that's what we're used to. So now, being in trading, I've been asking Node a lot of questions, but we just need somebody who understands trading. You and Node are pretty much the only people I know who seem to have a pretty good handle on it, or that would be useful. Now, to have access to the model itself, if we were to put it out there, we can't just let free roam of this thing, because it could actually potentially ruin the fucking entire economy and the global market. It's got to be on a metered access. And it sounds crazy as fuck, but I mean, I get where he's coming from. And again, I don't do the coding. I just help him test and point out simple things that, for his UIs and stuff.
Yeah, so there would definitely be things that I would suggest I mean, how do you model it? Like, yeah, you model market structure. Use market structure to model that, identify that structure in the market, whatever market you're looking at, whatever tokens or equities,
Bitcoin,
and then use that to look at what?
Bitcoin's what we've been doing, but we don't need to model anything. If I understand this correctly, we need to apply it, and then
No, I meant apply. So what you do is you'd use pattern recognition to identify market structure, and then use that to determine the tactical implementation of the trade plan for that structure. That's exactly what you'd want to do. And you'd use it by identifying like wedges and broadening, setting wedges and things like that in a certain time frame.
Okay. So, all right, then what you're saying is that's the thing that he needs help with when it comes to the coding part of it, because whatever the market structures, whatever that stuff is, we don't know all these terms. I mean, I've watched so many.
No, I understand what you're saying. So yeah, it's just a matter of explaining how that would be, you would identify that, or like what you'd look for so that he could code that, and then operate on a certain time frame, and then test different things combined with indicators that would allow him to create a very high probability trade. This is actually a phenomenal objective that I personally we're going to do this later anyways, but yeah, this is, yeah, you'd recognize a pattern of certain structures, of which can be well described, and the AI would recognize the pattern, and then it would then implement a trade plan based on that with risk managed plan. Okay, and so
And
like
the idea automated is not using AI. We have 4 different separate ways it trades that you can use. It's just the DFM
How do you
model.
automate without AI?
You just run a script.
Yeah, so
And I'm again,
that won't be
we're now
adequate.
asking me questions that I may not understand. So like, this is further in a conversation I've ever gotten with anybody about even talking about it, because most people just don't give it any thought.
Yeah, but I'm telling you exactly what you'd want because
But I also don't understand what you're really talking about in that realm, because
no, I'm explaining it in terms that are digestible. It would involve, like, you know how you have a wedge? You need to identify that wedge structure at a given time frame, like 15 minutes or hour, whatever you want. And then you play off of it's a dynamic trend line on the bottom of that wedge. And then once you see it have, like, say, let's say on a certain time frame, stochastics level, certain level, then you would look at that and then boom, that would identify an entry. And then you could start DCAing down, and then you would risk below a certain level, and then risk, and then make sure you get a 3 to 1, for example.
like, so
What?
we know when to get in and out, but what you're describing, I think, is you'd be giving the range of when it was going to get in and out. So you could ride the short or ride the depth, ride the long. And you'd know.
Yeah. Yeah, based on actual structure, like wedges and running descending wedge, stuff like that.
You use the mathematical DFM model to identify gold sentiment and the structure of how TA is currently done.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with sentiment. It's purely TA based, technical based. So sentiment is not replicable here. Sentiment is based on perception, market, and the overall mindset of the people about a certain thing. That's very vague. It's not reliable. What TA is what matters here.
Right. Okay. So the other thing that I believe was needing to be looked at is the ability for us to download or get the information from trading in Bitcoin, like having the ability to back test. Or what we've done is, look, we'll record a day of trading on either Astra or BC Games, and based on how it trades up and down on the 5-second chart, we'll then back test it with our model, and we use that to train ourselves, and then also the current model. So it's always giving itself data, and then always self-referencing that data that it's done. So we put the model inside the model. Well, so it basically checks itself to make sure it's doing its job as he coded it. Which it's getting more accurate and more accurate every time he does that, but it takes, he's not going to do 3 tests. He's going to run 1,006 tests. Like, that's just, I don't know why he does that number, but we need to, and whatever long that takes based on his settings is, yeah, it's getting nuts. Like, there for a while, like over a period of,
What's your benefit on this? To help him?
I've funded and put money into them. So eventually I'll see, like, the ability to use it more than anybody else, just because whenever I get extra money, I just put it into, if he needs something for his bills or whatever. That's just how it goes. But he's also the only person that I've ever worked with in crypto that has paid me by a smart contract based on my level of input or work that he's required in different things that we've made. And I get paid. I fulfill my end of the duty, and money is put right into my wallet. There's no middleman, if you will. When you don't do your job, you don't get paid. But all smart contracts.
He pays you for testing it?
Yeah, or just other things that we've done in the past. Like, we ran a project called Zoink Network. That's what we're releasing all this stuff under, or he is anyways. But his main project was a takeover project of like in 2021 called Fate Labs.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and he's been there ever since. I don't know if you have any free time tomorrow, but if you wanted to, I'd definitely entertain the idea for you to just at least come chat with him. Maybe it's something that would help you with what you're doing.
Yeah.
My
Sure.
benefit comes from that initially parts of these, you know, the data is, the data farming from YouTube. Like, how come if you put as a content creator, you have to have 1 million people like your shit before you can get monetized? You know, it's a bunch of fuckery.
That's their policy. In TikTok, it's fewer in order to start monetizing.
Right, but wouldn't you like to just have all of your value? You know, but he has a lot of stuff. Everything that he's done is meant to give you value, protect your value, and allow you to put your money where your mouth is. If you wanted to, essentially, on his original platform with the IVNs, was if you wanted to talk shit on someone, you could, but depending on the level of what you want to talk shit, will cost you a little bit more, and then we'll see who really can talk shit. You're not just going to be behind a keyboard warrior.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting with the trading side because that's applicable. The win rate is very low, but I'm sure you're.
I want to put an asterisk there that I might have some of those numbers wrong, but to ask him directly, he'll be able to nail them off and pull up any information or documentation on what he's done. I'm only giving you stuff that he put in the chat that I was looking through and trying to remember if he sent me any of this stuff or.
You know what a cool application is? I'll throw this out. It could be interesting to you. Talk about truth. I'm sure they have this. This is just out there side. Like to tell if somebody is lying, you could use micro expressions, identify micro expressions by looking at pattern recognition, high frame rate capture of the expressions, and be able to process that and look at how reliable, with some baseline, with what they're talking, you would be able to calibrate while they're talking based on it, and be able to identify if they're going to use that in the future, like interrogation, stuff like that. Very relevant thing. Also, when people interact with others, they'll use it as like a truth sayer. It's like, hey, I got you a truth sayer. In fact, there's your brand right there. Truth sayer. I mean, that's $1 billion right there.
Lastly, that's what we've been talking about and implementing.
Yeah.
It's actually
very, very well. Big deal.
See, where did you go?
Huge, dude. That would be cool. Really cool. Because I'm
gonna send you the VC that we sit in all the time. If you wanted to, he's on now, so let me just send it over to you.
Okay.
Where are you?
That's cool. You've been working on something like that. So you're paying him and he's paying you back while you're doing stuff for him?
I'm investing my time and some of my finances into him because I believe that's strongly in what he's doing.
How much total did you put into this?
I'm not going to talk about that, but enough to where
over 10K.
I'm not going to talk about that, but enough. Like if I had 10K now, I'd still give it to him.
Okay.
If I had liquid 10K, yes, but I'm not going to get rid of something like that's kind of been my biggest holdup. I can't justify getting rid of anything that I've had and is ready to pop off and do other things because I know the people. But there again, I can't say anything about those things because that's insider trading and I don't want to do that.
I'm not sure what he's trying to immediately do something with a trader, right? He wants to use the tech to trade, right? That's media application, correct?
Yeah, well, it's the one way we found that we could, instead of buying a chart, just imagine running liquidity pools all the time, right? He's got tools
Yeah.
that automate that or not automate it, but um, regulate it. It's quite interesting, like to say the least, all the different
So
things
he's
that,
a full stack dev or what?
oh, absolutely. He's been a programmer, not just in crypto, but for the better part of 30 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, okay, let me see what you have. Join. Apply to join. Okay. Swank. All right. So he's established. That's good.
So it's one of the projects that we did together, and we did a 24-hour broadcast, and we had something called the prediction pond. And all it was me in this weird ass costume and just the most random bullshit. So he used his DFM to predict four predictions every week, and that was AVAX, Bitcoin, ETH, and BNB. And of that, I think he did that 15 times. And of the
Yeah.
15 of, or it was like 14 to 15 times, we we got almost all the predictions right. Like it was such
What
a
do you
high
mean?
number.
He gets the direction or what?
Like I would go, oh, BNB's got a 75% chance of going up to this number, or it's got a 6% chance of going to this number, and then I'd move on to the next one. And yeah, if anybody would have followed it, they could have
So he
made money.
nailed it, you're saying.
Yeah, for lack of better term, I mean, not 100%, but it was far more than like
That's cool.
it was.
That's
But
really cool. Really awesome. So did he bank that or what?
well, we tried to, but I mean, if you don't have liquid, you can't do it. That's our biggest problem is that to finish what he was doing and not what he was doing, but to get some of the contracts for testing on ETH is like anywhere from 5,000 to $9,000 to get all these things finished. So he's been trying to create something that gives him money rather than sell on his own chart, which he's done a few times, but it's his money in his chart. But he's the only one making his own chart go down or up. And that's literally he's the only person that's fucked with it.
Yeah.
And he's finding other ways around it. So I try to find him work for coding, and I send that to him, and he gets the job. I get a little kickback from it, but I'd rather just go into any further development.
He should launch a token and have that token trade using the tech. That would be the logical way to implement that and fund it at the same time.
Well, I mean, if you don't have it doesn't matter what he creates. If nobody uses it, doesn't matter, right?
Well, no. If it's no. You launch a token, the tech will show that it's based on trading and earn real revenue and have a record of that, of the trades, and show the performance, and then people will believe in it, and therefore it'll go up. Price will go up because it's actually buying back the token with the revenue. And so basically, say minus, like,
Hey,
I don't know,
just
what is it typically? 5% dev, 5% of the revenue goes to dev wallet or whatever, 10%, and then the rest goes to buying back the token. That way gives it continuous buy pressure or deflation. That's from real revenue created.
jump
There
over
you
to
go.
that. Jump over to the network
I
real quick.
can. It requires my approved to be approved, which I'm not.
Oh shit! I'll tell him to approve you.
It says join request sent. But anyways, that's the best way to do it. I'm serious. That is the best way. Have a token, 10% dev wallet, and then 90% goes to take the supply out of circulation. It's deflationary. It's based on revenue that's created. So it's based on real revenue and it's deflationary, and it's fair. So he could do that. And if you wanted to launch, that would be something that can grow. Alternatively, you have a token that pays dividends based on the revenue, Can you hear me?
Yeah, but
Second,
I just let you know you're in. Why don't you, let's jump over there quick. Because this is information he should probably hear, or maybe he knows already, but
says the admins of a group have restricted your ability to send messages.
you gotta,
Oh,
you gotta
proof human.
verify.
Oh, okay. Wow, okay. Oh, hi. Okay, return. Oh, so.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna jump in the VC. Come over and just let's talk for just a few minutes.
Yeah, the sheriff's coming and visited me last night. They said, "Oh, we got a noise complaint. We're willing to just back up or go forward." So I'm like, "I guess."
So
So
what
I
did you do?
moved.
You had to pull on the other side?
No, I just backed up in about 200, 300 feet.
Well, that was nice. Yeah, they're pretty cool around here. I mean, that's cool. At least they
Sheriff
didn't give you
said,
shit.
Sheriff said, "I don't really care where you park." But I go,
Yeah.
somebody was complaining.
Yeah, that thing's louder than I thought. I didn't think it was that loud. It's pretty loud. I mean, that's about the only complaint you're going to get is the noise factor.
Yeah,
I mean, size factor.
trucking is not quiet.
Well, refrigerated trucking anyway.
No, I meant truck stops always noisy. If you're
Yeah.
used to peace and quiet, yeah, this probably is not the job for you.
What time did he come by? Like right after you left, or was it like in the
Right
middle?
after I laid down and put my fucking BiPAP machine on, I
Busy.
see him. He was shining his light up in there, and I really couldn't see anything, but he ain't knocked on the door. So then his old buddy come and shined the bright lights on top of his fucking truck. So I backed up, and then yeah, they didn't come back, so that was good. Because there's a trailer parked here at the end of the road. I just
Yeah,
backed.
I think that belongs to that one house. They just moved in and bought that house at the end, so I don't know what they're doing down there.
Oh, okay.
You want a cup of coffee or something? What do you need?
I got some Black Rifle. So I got to go on duty in in a few minutes, so like 15 minutes. Is it going to be chilly today? Or is it going to be nice?
It's going to be like 74, they said.
All right.
That ain't too bad.
I might wear pants. I don't know. It was a little chilly last night with that breeze.
Fuck yeah, when I was on that scooter, boy, it was freezing out there.
Those scooters are fucking cool, dude. I like those. I get one and put it on my back or in the back the truck. That way I can just go ride around.
That's it. And they got like a big range, dude. They got like some kind of 62-mile range or something crazy, dude. I can go all the way down to where you're going on this fucking thing, which is crazy.
Yeah,
And if you do run out,
here, it's kind of laying down here is okay because it's all flat. But when you get, I don't know how well it would work in, when it's really hilly.
yeah, when you're going uphill, I'm sure it's not as good. But I don't know. I love them.
Some of the places I work are in the mountains. You get out there in like Nevada and freaking all of that. It's all mountains, Wyoming, all that stuff. Probably riding around Yuma wouldn't be bad. We'll be heading there pretty soon. I don't have that many hours, so hopefully I can get back to Indiana. They know I'm supposed to be on vacation.
Yeah, it's cold as shit though. Definitely cold. Yeah, but for you, when you have to cruise around town and get cigarettes or whatever, it's perfect because you can just lock the truck and fucking buzz all over the place. Like when I get an RV, these are definitely going to be going in the back.
calling to wake me up, but I'm already awake, obviously. So I was up DCAing this morning. Everything was a little red, so I just bought some of everything.
Oh, you already bought some shit?
Yeah, Ethereum, BNB, XRP, Solana, Bitcoin, Tron, AVAX, ADA, Doge, Cake. A little bit of
You want to
chain
come
link.
down? You want to come over and get a cup of coffee or something?
Ah, it's all right. I'm just gonna find some clothes. I have to go on duty here in a minute, and then I'll have to roll. You'll see me go by because I gotta go back to the highway.
Yeah, well, at least it's right here. You know what I mean? All you do is do a left and you're fucking on the road.
left, and I'll be there.
Yeah, you're going to be super early leaving this early, but at least they'll take it early. You'll be waiting for the first opening they got to offload you, I guess.
If I get to, well, I won't be that early because my appointment's at 9. And the way these four-wheelers are, they'll probably be in my way. So
4-wheelers.
they were insane last night, dude. I'm telling you. There was a bunch of drunk ones wandering around, and every time traffic jogged over a little bit on the turnpike, they all hit their brakes. They're like, "Oh, we don't know what to do."
You got your water here, man.
Oh shit! I thought I brought it with me.
Oh.
I got a case in the front seat. Yeah, I gotta get some pants on and socks and shoes and put myself on duty. Now I'm only down $20 for the day. Not bad. B&B was at 978 or something earlier, or 976. So I bought some more of that. Hopefully the prices don't keep going down. We'll see what happens. Just keep DCAing, I guess. Spend what cash I need to when I'm at home and continue when I get back. Can't be on my phone when I'm in the woods too much. Because as soon as you're on there doing something stupid, like watching TikTok, there's going to be a deer right in front of you. That's how it works.
Oh, the coffee's good, brother.
Out in the woods, a fucking deer will walk right in front of you. If you're watching TikTok or some shit, there'll fucking be a deer sitting there looking at you. You'll look up and then you'll say, "Oh fuck, now I gotta get my rifle." Then the deer will fucking see you and run away. Let's see if I can get this crack done today.
Go deliver some taters.
That's a coffee crack. It finally heated up in here. It was chilly. Because I was trying not to make so much noise, so I just put the blanket on and went to sleep. It didn't run the APU too much because it just constantly runs, you know. Yeah, I gotta get stuff together here. Down the couch and all that stuff. Made a bunch of smokes this morning.
Cool.
Won't run out for a while. I don't know if they're gonna have me do anything. They grow watermelons down here too.
Yeah, I see them on the side of the road. The guy had the whole truck of them from somewhere. Straight from the watermelon patch.
Yeah, watermelons are freaking heavy. We usually take those up to Michigan or in places like that. But you got to leave that little door open on the back of your trailer because if you don't, they'll sweat. The watermelons will, and
They pee.
whole inside the trailer will be wet.
Yeah, they piss. It's crazy.
Yeah, sweat. Plus, whatever temperature is outside, it takes forever to cool those watermelons down because they'll be at the same temperature it is outside. It'll take days to cool down a trailer full of watermelons. You can haul them with a box truck at this time of year. But in the summertime, dude, those things fucking take forever to cool off. They're like 80 degrees when you pick them up. And by the time we get where you're going, they'll be at 50, but it'll take days. That have to cool off. You know how dense they are? Somebody's nutty over here. They got their whole fucking front of their yard has a solar light and all the way around it.
Damn.
You know those little ones you put in the ground?
Yeah, they went crazy at the dollar store or something.
Yeah, they have hundreds of them. It's like the second or third house from the corner.
Yeah, that one just came in too. The guy at the end's brand new, and that one where you're sitting in front of is probably brand new.
Well, they got some nice driveways over here. They're all brick or block. I only seen a couple people leave for work. Not very many. Yeah, those scooters are cool though. What you have to send me a thing on the link for them so I can look for them.
Yeah, they're gyroar.com, man. They're awesome. I love it.
They're one of the better brands, or
Not really, because they're like $1,100 and shit. These are only like they're down to $4 now. They're $399. But I just love them. They're better. They're small. They're light. They fold up like you can
they're pretty light.
flap
I
the
can
seat
flip them
handle.
around. I can pick
I
them
like
up and
it
just turn
because
them around. So
if the battery goes dead, at least you can still pedal. That's the good thing. My old scooter,
Yeah.
when the battery was dead, that was it. You had to walk them or push them. It sucked. These just ride like a bike, so you don't even need to use the gas.
there's someone out riding a bicycle around the neighborhood right now. They're riding over here to the dead end on the other side and flipping around.
Yeah, they walk up and down the street and shit. They're all out there today.
Oh, the housewives.
Oh,
Well, at least that worked out where I get to stop by, so that's cool. Oh,
yeah, man. I'm glad you stopped by.
oh well. Maybe when I'm not on a refrigerated load, they won't bother me. You'll see that thing kicked on like every freaking hour.
What does?
That reefer, it kicked on like once every hour. Usually it's continuously running, you know what I mean? Depending when I got in there, if I have frozen stuff, it does the same thing, but usually it's on continuous. It's usually set for lower too, like 30 degrees or 0.
Damn.
Buy some socks.
Did you make a coffee already?
Oh, I got a Black Rifle cup, a can of coffee. 300 milligrams of caffeine. After that food coma and that weed, I needed a little coffee this morning.
Hell yeah.
300 milligrams of caffeine will wake you up. That's like 6 cups of coffee or something. I put myself on duty. Gotta leave 15 minutes. Just I had enough time to get there, and it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna run into all that driving traffic and shit because it's like
I
people
got
going to work.
7 minutes, so should make it there. Shit, you gotta put on free trip and close trip every day. And they'll bust you.
Well, you can come use the bathroom or something if you need to.
Load ID. Somehow it disappeared. Yeah, they're kind of sticklers on bullshit because if I don't put that load ID in there and my logs ain't all verified, then they don't want to pay me. So I just make sure all that shit's done when I send in the paperwork.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, we'll get these drivers. And like, if everything ain't right, we ain't sending you your pay." So they'll make sure you do everything, or they're not going to pay you. Some guy jogging down here. Looking like, why do you park there?
Someone looking at you?
Yeah, some guy jogging by. Get my socks on and stuff. I'm looking at you're nuts.
Oh, man.
Same thing about you, buddy. Out jogging at daylight.
Jogging.
Hey, that works. Plugging that Mike. I called him yesterday. What can I do about the stupid fucking thing driving me nuts? He goes, just unplug it. And I'm like, all right. So I unplugged that last night. So much better. You know how every time that sensor came on, I had to push that button?
Oh, so you got up underneath there and just pulled the plug?
I had to pull out a keeper and then pull the plug. Sure, I have a dash light that tells me, check engine light, but that's fine. I'd rather have a check engine light than push a button every 30 seconds. Eventually, I don't know what they can do for it.
Hey, I'm coming down by it.
All right. This is the shit right here. That's the shit right here. Coffee? Oh, yeah. Oh. But I think it's cool. Please scoop. I think they do it for fuel mileage. Yeah. He said fuel going. Air won't get in there. So air don't go through the wheels, it just goes by them. So they get 7.4 miles to give them.
Oh, it's cold.
It don't feel very warm.
It's warm in here.
Uh,
I mean, that's one way to get warm. Is it was cold in here earlier, and now it's warm in here.
oh, you put the heat on?
No, I just fucking coming from outside.
Oh. Yeah, it ain't very warm out there.
Oh, fuck.
Heat up my mess. Put on my Bluetooth. Sure, everything's out of the way. It's going to roll anywhere. Something took a dip. What was it? I don't know what it was. So, it's lost a few bucks. Trine's going up. It's almost 30 cents again. Oh, the ADA went down a little bit. So did Doge. Cake is actually going up today. to turn on my Bluetooth here. I gotta get my fucking. Why is it? It said it was already on. But it's not. Hold on a second. I'll come back. I don't know why it's doing that shit. Get my Bluetooth on.
You got some herons down here. Or some storks. They're playing over here in the water.
Dude, we got some cool ducks around here. They're like Egyptian geese. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
They're
not
all
what that
big
is
and
though.
look all weird.
That's a stork or a heron. It's all white. I do see a fucking goose sitting over there in the water.
Yeah, there's a bunch of mallards too around here. We got mallards.
Yeah, mallards are all over by us. They're probably down here for the winter. They don't stay up there in the wintertime. 5 minutes. BMB's below 780 again. Goofy shit. Go up. Up only. Somehow we might be near the top of the market for the year. Who knows? Make a little bear. Then it rip again after the fucking government opens. Trump's like, we're not, what do you call it? We're not negotiating with terrorists. See, I'd rather have the shit shut down. I have all the power. I can start cutting government programs to
Yeah, don't put them back
Democrats.
to work. Just fucking leave them unemployed.
I'm King Trump.
I thought they opened the government up yesterday. No.
That's what I heard about. I didn't see it. Well, if they did, then money will start flowing again. Then if we get China straightened out, then crypto should start going up. China's all a bunch of crybabies. You buy our cheap stuff for Walmart, please. Hopefully
Yeah,
they
it's definitely
stay.
brisk this morning.
Yeah, it's fucking chilly with that breeze. I'm going still another 70 miles south. It might be a little warmer down there. That looks like a fake fucking goose. It ain't moving. It almost looks like a decoy. Some guy's over here doing something weird. He's watering his plants in his yard. I guess he planted a baby palm tree. And he's watering it. The guy across the canal there. Is there any fish in there?
Yeah, they
Oh, okay.
fish behind my house. It's like they pull out bass fucking like big ones, as long as you're fucking, forearm and shit.
Yeah. At least you ain't got to go far to go fishing if you want to do that, huh? On a nice summer day when the breeze isn't blowing 40 miles an hour, it'd probably be nice.
Yeah, it's definitely cold out there with the breeze, bro.
Yeah, it's blowing. These palm trees are going nuts. Oh, they had a freaking flag holder needled into their palm tree. They took it out. You can see a bunch of holes there.
I saw that guy with all them yard lights.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, he made like decoration or something. It's like a Christmas tree and shit out of them.
He got a bunch of them fucking things. Yeah, 1 minute I can put it on the map and I can go get down there and get these taters off of there. Keep an alarm going off. Stop. I set the alarm some other day and it's still going off today. Why? I don't know why it doesn't just go one time when you tell it to and go away, but no, that's not how it works. All right. Freedom Fresh, it's called, where I'm going.
Nope, deadly neighbor dispute. Someone got shot yesterday.
Shot his freaking neighbor, huh?
Yeah, it's on the news. Deadly neighbor dispute. Something happened. Someone's dead.
Yeah, and they had one at the. It was on the news last night. HOA meeting. They decided to go off on him with a gun, killed two of them.
Oh yeah, I did see something about that.
It's crazy. We don't like
Well,
our
that's
old
what they
HOA
get, fucking
rules.
HOAs. Tell me I can't paint my house.
They're like, oh, we'll just go kill you.
Can't have a swing set, motherfucker.
I don't know if you ever watched the Robertsons with Duck Dynasty, but he was in Jeb. He was in a HOA and he wanted to put a chicken coop in his backyard. Oh yeah, they were freaking out.
Yeah, I'm so glad I don't live in an HOA. Like all these houses like around me are all HOA, but these last like 8 houses on this road from the stop sign down, they're all county.
Right.
So we're all unincorporated, just fucking we can do whatever. Is that you trolling up?
Oh yeah, you can hear
Yeah,
it.
I hear your shit. That shit's loud.
Yeah, the sheriff's coming visiting me.
You out?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
that
try to
shit's
get.
loud though. That's a nice truck though, man. What's that big red thing under there?
Huh?
What's the big red scoop thing in the middle?
Oh, for air, go underneath.
Oh, nice. Yeah, everyone like walks and jogs and shit. It's just fucking cold. Roller skating.
I'm supposed to go all the way straight, aren't I? I believe so.
Hey, I'll be right back, dude.
Go back to the highway. Is he waking up all your neighbors?
Let that door down, man. And get a little warm in here. Let me go see if the old lady's up. Hold on, be right back.
I'm waking up all your neighbors with a 15-liter diesel. Might have to go over there and flip around. It's not very easy to make a left turn out of here. That's what I'll probably do. I ain't making that turn. Wants me to go around the block. It wants me to cut through the neighborhoods. I ain't doing that. Go down to the next main road or take a right and go around the block. I keep going down here, it'll give me an exit entrance onto the freeway. There's too much traffic coming from the right to make a left.
You on 95 yet?
No, I went down here and made a left because there was too much traffic to make a left there. So,
Oh, yeah, you're pretty long. So you're going to hang a Yui?
no, I'm going down here to 10th and making a left.
Oh, yeah, just take Florida Mango all the way down to 10th.
Yep.
10th sucks with traffic though right there.
Yeah, but at least there's 2 left turn lanes here. It should take me right back to the highway. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have told you to not go past me. You should have went straight up the road, then you would have hit the road you're on now, and then you could have turned on Forest Hill and got on the 95.
Okay.
I forgot you had to make that big left with that big ass vehicle.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of cars coming, so I can't really turn in front of them.
Yeah, if you would have kept going straight instead of turning on my street, you would be on that road you're on. And you would have had a light to go left.
Right, that would work, but getting across the road would be the hard part because when it's this heavy, it's not real quick.
Well, she's up. Let me go get her a coffee going. You missed her.
She was hiding. This light takes forever. Those people would never get out of those apartments if it wasn't for that light. So all these little canals around here feed off the same lake.
What'd you say?
So all these little canals off here feed off the same lake.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're just everywhere around town.
Yeah, they kind of run right along 95 all the way down. I can go all the way down to like Lauderdale in this lake. You'll see it down at Boca. It's like right next to 95. It opens up real big again. Yeah, I should have had you go straight because then you could have did the left, man. I fucking forgot.
Yeah, we find once I got on the highway, you get up to speed.
That sucks.
What was the deal with all these people? This one's trying to stick its nose out. He must want it taken off. Ain't nobody stopping for traffic for you, buddy. You don't want to go.
County
I get told
boy.
my parents always told me to go play in traffic. That's why I became a truck driver.
Charlie might need his little jacket today. Ain't you sweaty, boy? Yeah, dude, I needed you on the highway by now, man. That sucks. I should have told you to go straight.
That's all right. I got an hour and 45 minutes to go 68 miles. It'll be okay. I think I can do that. Once I get in a second from the right lane, hammer down at 70 something miles an hour, I'll be okay.
44 degrees, man. Yeah, it's cold.
Go visit all the rat racers. Get up to speed here and I cut through traffic. Takes a while when you're this heavy. That's a problem. You're light, you can accelerate faster.
Oh, man.
All right, now I get some speed going. Get away from this oncoming ramp. That'll be okay. These cheap little Hondas and Hyundais just stay out of my way. I don't need to get off the highway anytime soon, so I can go faster than the right lanes. Not run over the little Range Rover in front of me, I'll be okay. Don't need that paperwork.
Exactly. It'd slow you down for sure.
And why did you run over this Range Rover? Because it was going slow? I got plenty of lanes here. People know how to use them.
Yeah, when you go south about, I don't know, 20 miles, there's more lanes. It's like a 6-lane, 8-lane or something. It opens up real big down there.
Yeah, everybody's under brakes already.
Well, when you're coming back, I wouldn't take 95 back unless you wanted to stop by again. But you can take 27 and it kind of comes right up the middle of the state. It's like the back way.
Yeah, I don't know where they'll have me go. I have no friggin' clue. I'm kind of low on hours, so I don't know how. It probably won't take that many hours to get back to Indiana, but my hours look like crap. So if they have me go within 180 miles, I don't have to log it. So if I'm going to pick up watermelons or whatever, it'll be fine. Those usual places are usually out in the woods. Usually nothing around them. Ah, usually nothing around them for miles. Those farms and stuff. All right, we're going again. Well, the four wheelers go over 70 and we're good. The problem is getting them to keep it the same rate. They want to hit their brakes and stuff.
Yeah.
They can just trip the cruise control on 75 and go. We'd be there in no time.
I'll be back. Let's see what she's doing.
I swear they get confused every time there's a little lane deviation. Four wheelers hit their brakes. You're like, what's going on here? That sun's annoying. Send out a little bit. Not much. It doesn't say cars only, so I'm going on the express lanes. It does say no trucks. Means I have to get over. They'll say no trucks or I'd be taking it. Says no trucks left lane, but I can't get over right now. $47 more miles. This is aggravating. They do need a couple more lanes down here because you can't ride in the right lane. And in the far right lane is always a freaking exit only. And there's no sign. There's signs everywhere saying no trucks left lane because I'd be passing these people. The gayest Super Duty ever is sagging in the back, ugly as fuck. 6.9 miles. Okay. Uh, 11 miles to 27. So getting there. I think it's taking me to Okeechobee. Somewhere to fuck down here. Yep, taking me towards Okeechobee. Turn left down here. The whole area is one big construction site. Like college people, this place jammed up as recent. Here we go. Mm, 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 mm. 305-715. Here we go. That's funny. China accuses the U.S. of stealing 127,000 Bitcoin from them from a Chinese mining pool. Thank you. Free Bitcoin. We'll take it now. Fuck that guy is doing, dude. I have no idea. He's sitting there blocking the whole fucking road up. I don't think he knows. He don't know what he's doing either. Wonder how we got so much Bitcoin. We stole it from the Chinese. Ooh, eat this chicken dip. 35.13. Go under 35. I buy more, I guess. This fucking idiot is doing. It's been parked in the same fucking spot, not getting in a dock for like the last 15 minutes. I don't know if he got the guy's a mirror over there. What the hell he's doing? I have no fucking clue. Blah, 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 blah. It's taking forever today. Fucking idiots. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Woohoo! I'm only down $22 today. But more Trent. It's more everything actually. If the pulse change doing today, I might as well look. Oh, it's broke down now. Suddenly, he was trying to get it to a dock. Fucking weirdo. Got the whole business fucking blocked off. Oh, dippy diptage on pulse chain. Yes, I bought that B&B too, or BTC too soon yesterday. Pulse is back down to 285. PLSX today 1819. PDI is back to 20. 368 over at Bitcoin. EX got smacked 8%. The 1528. Teddy Bear got smacked 7%. Job was back at 4.8, where Node said he was going to jump out. Oh, STE sits up. That's about the only thing fucking green in my wallet on Pulse Chain. You put Pulse X to dip back into the 17 so I can buy more of it. I don't know if it'll do that or not. I'll see. Micro market looks like shit. Doodah, doodah. Bitcoin's gonna lose 104 again. I gotta go on TikTok shop, look for a hunting suit. I've seen them for very good prices on there. I need a 3XL though. If they're still $35, that's fine. Wait for these people to call me so I can get into a dock door, but nobody can move since that truck's broke down right there. Just holding up the whole fucking production. Being annoying. Chain link keeps getting smacked. Why don't you close your hood, you fucktard? You got it running. Bitcoin is dropping like a rock. So is freaking Ethereum. $103,895. Ethereum's at $34.93. Tempting me to buy more of it. $34.89. It just went up $34.92. Okay. Get your shit in the doctor and get the fuck out of the way, please. Thank you. should have bought it when it was under 35. It just popped back up. Ooh, I'm only $12 down today. I'm so happy. It's gonna take a while. I already like to have these taters off here, but no, we can't cooperate. Something's going up. I'm only $7 down now. I don't get it. Oh, Doge is pushing up a bit. Cake's went up some. Only $6 down. It's going up. Cake is up 4.95% today. Garn is up to 1.94 now. Everything else is negatory. What the fuck Cake's doing, but it's taking off. 261. Get to buy some more cake. No, not 5B and B. Just went up to 262. It's doing dumb shit. I don't know what it's doing. I'll take it. Tron's almost 30 cents now, 29.99. It's up 2.14%. Just went to 30. I don't know what the fuck you doing, Justin, but keep doing it. What's wrong with that guy? And they got this yard all messed up because this guy can't. One guy's trying to get out. One guy's blocking up at the whole freaking driveway. If he can turn around in the yard, he can get out.
Hold up, Greg.
Oh, helping these guys over here. There's a truck broke down in the middle of the fucking driveway. And I'm like, you know, you can get out of here, right? There's a guy in a Volvo over there. I said, so if you spin around right here, you can go behind this truck, and they moved the car that was parked there so he can get out.
All right.
I didn't know I could do that.
Okay, on the contract thing right now, we're thinking it'd be 5% max. 5% max fucking that we could chop up, you know what I'm saying? So for the slippage and shit like that. So would you rather have fucking okay, from my understanding you want burn. You want burn, right?
Want to burn, want a reflection.
You want burn and reflection, yeah, exactly. So we can do like 1% burn.
Random,
we do
what do you call it?
Okay, now that part I gotta kind of figure out how to write that part in there, or have him write that part into the contract. But
Okay,
so right now,
we'd have
so right now,
1% burn, 1% random fucking drop, and then what do you call it? 2% to liquidity. And
well, no, because we get oh wait, we're getting. So you guys remember that we're getting referrals off of this shit. We're getting dividends off of this. So our percent has to come out from there too.
That's what I'm saying. If you do total of 5, you got 1 to burn, you got 1 to a random holder, and then you got you put 2. You can put 1% to towards extra liquidity, and then 2% in PLSX.
So where do I get my piece at?
Every time someone buys or sells, you can randomly get
But,
free money.
But that, if I'm not holding no, I'm saying I'm not going to be holding no tokens.
Hey, you are. You're going to be holding 1% of the supply, aren't you?
No, we're not getting no team tokens.
Why not?
Because we're saying no. We're not getting no team tokens.
Well, if you buy them, you are.
Well, yeah, we buy them, yeah, but like I say, we're not getting nothing like
if you buy them, then you're getting 2% reflections in PLSX, and every time someone buys or sells, you have a chance of getting freaking free tokens.
Okay. Well, I'll do this then. I will do all that, but I will do a minus 0.5%, and the minus 0.5% goes to my PLS for creating this thing.
Oh, so when for dev tax.
Yeah, well, like I say, that's what I'm saying is so we don't have to sell our tokens. You know what I mean? That way, all we do is just we earn revenue. So it's like a 0.5% revenue. You know what I'm saying? So all we got to do is just promote it. I mean, but like I said, all that stuff is very possible. I just have to write it down. I just have to have the number down so I can tell them like this right here is what we're thinking. See what I'm saying? So that's what I was asking you right now.
Well, I'll be buying, so
yeah. And so yeah. So I got your numbers down now, and then we could kind of saying structure and but yeah. So I kind of see what you want, and then I kind of like want to see what Rhino wants to do. Because Rhino has, you can do like the same.
Yeah, because Rhino, every buy and sells. If you're holding, you have a good chance of getting free tokens.
Yeah, but if you also want to burn, we're also gonna have a limited. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what we're gonna do like 100 million?
Yeah, something like that.
You know, something not too crazy.
Yeah, something not too crazy, so it'll burn.
Yeah. See, because I was thinking we should only burn like a 0.5%. I don't even want to burn a whole percent.
Buy and sell. Why?
No, I'm thinking 0.5%. I'm buying stuff. Yeah. I'm thinking 0.5%.
You got it. If you got extra percent going to liquidity on every buy and sell, the liquidity is going to add up too. It's going to push the price up because the supply is burning.
And so now we're gonna call it like this is gonna be because I told him I have 3 ideas. I have one idea for fucking a live for live mascot, which is gonna be my guinea pig. Guinea pigs in crypto. So that's gonna be one contract. And then for you, what we're gonna truckers keep on trucking, or just what I want to do some type of trucker thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was telling you about, because if we kind of like get that little trucker niche, maybe we get some truck drivers talking about it, and you know what I'm saying, kind of help snowball it.
We can call it cute little things like 1% goes to fuel, whatever. We can
we,
call it cute little things. You know what I mean?
yeah. But I'm saying like so I'll start working on the name of a token, and then I'm talking to Marcos, and I'm gonna see if he'll help me create all this stuff before he turns the keys over and everything. I told him it's three. I got three ideas for three. You know, saying real case scenarios. Well, ours the tricky one ain't real case scenario, but like rhinos and guinea pigs. It's real world scenarios because rhinos using his dividends to or his whatever the fuck they're called, his revenue to buy tires and stuff like that. Guinea pigs is his to feed
Will
him
you open
and get a
my
bigger
doors?
cage. And
You can
so,
open my doors because they want me to back in here between this FedEx truck and this trailer.
uh, here you driving,
I've been here forever, dude, trying to get these potatoes off here. I was helping direct traffic.
not track traffic.
Yeah, man, because they're all messed up around here. There's this broke down truck in the middle of the fucking driveway. And the Volvo was sitting there like 45 minutes trying to get out. And he didn't realize he could just spin around. I had to move the car and shit that was in the way. So he could spin around and go behind the truck just broke down and they could come back out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He was sitting there twiddling his thumbs forever. Like, dude, you don't have to be here. You know that, right? So he was kind of happy when he finally did get out of here.
yeah.
I'm going to try to go get in this hole.
And so this is gonna be kind of cool. I'm getting kind of excited.
See if I can
I
get in
mean,
this hole.
it's sad that Marcos is leaving, but it's kind of good because it's giving me a chance to make new connections and shit with the new people coming in taking over. Dude, I haven't got a fucking single Uber Eats yet. I have my fucking chance is like 5:30. I need to find some money, money. It will. I'm saying just the water hose is all frozen because it hasn't been used in like a week, and so like I had to turn it on slow, so like don't crack it. So that way the water goes through it first.
Now I'm going to turn around and come back in the other way. I can't get in that door.
Throwing shoes.
Nah. Yeah, I'm going to turn around, come back in the other way. Can't see back there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get CG to team up with us over there on the forge. I'm going to the forge member list now. Been in here.
I'm gonna have to back out and turn around because I can't go that way. So I can't see that guy. I don't know where he's at.
Oh shit, he's underneath your tires. No, he's not in here. I don't see him in here. Yeah, if I get him to come over to the forge, because he's already launching tokens, and so if I can get him to come over here and help us fucking get some more attraction, that's definitely a win-win for fucking us holders. But I'm going through the forge things right now.
All right, I'm gonna try to get out of here. Try to back up. I'm gonna go out all the way out to the street. I'm gonna have to go all the way out and turn around.
The fuck is
Yeah,
this?
it's the only way I can get in there. Clutch overheating. It would have been a better idea just to wait because I could go. It would have been a better idea just to wait because I could go around him. But because the other way, I'm gonna have to go out, turn around, and back into that spot. If he's not gonna be there long, maybe because it'd be much easier to get into that door over there. But I mean, I could back up where I was. All right, let me go forward then. The little van back there. I don't know where that little van's going. Right. It was fine. I was fine where I was. Yeah, but that little truck back there is in my way. So that one sticking out. See, I can go around that truck now and get on the other side of him if I can go in 18 or whatever, or 16. Okay. I can get into 16. If he gets out of if he doesn't park there, I can get into that door right there. I can get into that one or that one. That won't be a problem. I just go right around him. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That'd be the easy way to do it. Here comes somebody else pulling in here. All right. So get into what? 16 or 17?
Hey, Greg, just watched the movie.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around this fucking shit.
Yeah, I had a little morning movie. It was nice.
This guy don't know how to drive. He's driving a day cab, dude. You can go anywhere in a day cab. It's tiny.
Hold on, she's got to call my cell phone company because they're jacking the bill. Hold on.
I don't know what the hell this guy's doing. You're supposed to be able to drive anywhere backwards that you can forward. Not that hard to figure out. Potatoes. A lot of potatoes. Huh? Oh, I was gonna go in that door.
Yeah, fucking Sprint's been jacking us on the phone bill, dude.
That's what they do.
Dude, I had it on auto pay, and then like about 4 weeks ago, my credit card got fucked, so I had to like shut the card off, and
Oh,
they couldn't do their auto pay. So then they shut the phones off, and I paid $180 like 3 weeks ago. And then they shut them off this morning again, and it was another $180. It's like the fucking bill's only supposed to be like $45 a month for
uh,
both phones. So it's like,
that's crazy.
yeah, I gave them $400 in the last fucking 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're killing me.
Give us all your money. You have no money for crypto because we take it all.
Take your money now. We get your money long time. Hey, did they get you unloaded with those potatoes?
Nope.
Damn.
Getting into a door right now.
Oh.
It says, "Oh, you are not next." I'm like, oh, why? Oh, the guy finally they finally brought in a little trailer, a little truck, and moved that truck out of the front of it.
Fucking broke down right in the way. Fucker.
Yeah, I went around him. I didn't know they were gonna bring a little truck in. At least I'll be in a doctor.
Yep, you're almost there now. Did they tell you where you're going next?
Nope, not a thing.
What do you do when you have to sit there? They just pay you and you just fucking buy some crypto or something while you're waiting? Watch TV?
No, I mean, I get paid my normal pay. So,
Yeah.
and then when I get
They're
paid,
2
then I
hours
put
fucking late. They
then I
said
put in
9.
crypto.
Yeah, they said 9 and it's 11 now. So.
Yeah, I need to shut off here before 2. I can turn in my paperwork and get done.
Judy Justice. She's back there talking to a man. I'll be right back. I want to hear what the fuck they're charging me for. Be back.
Everything and anything they can think of, right?
I think they jammed an app on there or something. Because there's no way it should be $400. That like covers the whole year, dude. I'm telling you, we got our shit down to like $44 for both lines.
It's insane.
I'll be right back, dude. Let me go see what the fuck's going on.
Bitcoin just went down. Ethereum just went down to 3484.
Yeah, I'm getting wrecked on these L1s.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna buy
Bought them
more.
all at the top,
For
dude.
82. Well, I don't have that much in it, so I can just DCA all the way down.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to try to do next time I get some money. I'll be right back. I'm going to go see what she's saying.
All right, so
She's in the other room on the line with them fuckers.
3479. Getting smacked. 1 and 3, 416. Guess I'll buy more ETH and more Bitcoin, more XRP, more BNB. ETH, Bitcoin. I don't think I'm going to see it again at 99, but you can't really say it won't. I got more ETH, more Bitcoin, more BNB. I'm gonna buy some more XRP, some more soy lana. Uh, you know, just cash it out. Worst comes to worst. Bronze holding steady. I like it. Buy more Raider token. Why it's so fucking cheap? See how BNB holds 975 or not. All that shit's wrecked because it's based on BNB, but price has 3 zeros in it. Of course, Aster's going up because it only does that when everything goes down. Fucking Tron is going up again. Let's go. Egg is still ripping, up 6.63%.
You done? You done moving them trucks around?
Yeah, I finally got to a dock door and they're finally getting the potatoes off of here.
All right.
They
Are you
took
parked?
a little day cab. Yeah, well, I'm getting
Are you
unloaded right now.
are you parked?
Not, I'm backed into a dock. I'm not really parked.
Well, you're not moving, right?
No.
That means you're parked. All right. Check the DM I just sent you.
Okay, hold on. I was just buying
That's
shit.
that's gonna be the basic breakdown, and we could edit it a little bit from there. But I've said that one to you and 4 other people, and see, you know. But that's kind of the basic breakdown, because
I'm waiting for it to load.
oh,
Just spinning right now.
and then I sent that over to Marcus. And then I'm gonna see if SG wants to jump in on this a little bit and help create something. Um, you know, because he likes what he likes. He likes doing like spin wheels, like this token, buy this token, burns this token, burns that token, burns this token. So it's kind of like a trifecta, or like 4 tokens, fucking, all burn each other. But that's not gonna
So
really.
wait
That's not
for it
really.
to load. It's not loading yet. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, it's just basically what we talked about.
What's a meme person?
You, Rhino, whoever's the thing. Whoever's idea, whoever's it is, thing, whoever's meme it is. You know, like for Rhino, it'd be drifting rhinos. So 0.5% will go to Rhino, of course, because that's who I'm creating it for.
We should probably split that then. Let's see.
You know, that way, you know, if we get in position, we can't dump our. I mean, we could buy in the pre-sale because there's going to be a pre-sale. It could be a 48-hour pre-sale. It could be a whatever pre-sale, but that's where the liquidity is going to
Well,
come
if I
from.
buy in, I can dump.
Yeah.
It's saying if I'm not gonna dump free tokens. That's not the way it goes.
No,
I
no, I'm
just
saying,
for reflections,
yeah,
but
no, no, but shit. Sometimes, like say right now, fucking, I fucking sold 7 fucking NFTs and shit, goat NFTs just to make my car payment. And so, you know, saying just like that, just, you know, just so no one could hurt the chart. You know what I mean? And so
right.
I really just
Well,
get a little PLS. I'll really just get a little PLS, you know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying, for helping create it. And, you know, I want to talk about it because if I don't promote it, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, you know what I'm saying? Everyone needs to promote it. So, but, um, but yeah, it's pretty much the way I'm thinking it is.
I'm
You know what I'm
looking
saying?
because I don't know because if you're getting 0.5% PLS on every buy, it might be pretty good.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you get 0.5% PLS too, and you can do whatever you need to with it. You see what I'm saying?
So we can move the numbers just a little bit, like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
gas.
There's just the basic. There's just the basic formula. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what pretty much I'm breaking down to everybody. I got a 5%. I'm gonna take 0.5%. You're gonna get 0.5% in PLS. We're not taking tokens. We're taking PLS, and then the rest of it, you know what I'm saying, goes to harden the ecosystem. But yeah, I mean the numbers can be changed. But like I say, I don't want to go over 5%.
Yeah, right. If you're having a 10% token, obviously you can do more, but
Yeah,
we're not gonna be doing all that bullshit that fucking PTGC does.
yeah,
To fucking get into all kinds of wild out of the fucking, you know, out of outer space bullshit.
yeah.
Just tokenomics.
And like I say, if we do 1 million tokens, and say fucking we sell 10 million in the pre-sale, you know what I'm saying? That's already a good portion of our tokens burnt or starting to be burnt.
Well, if we do 100 million tokens, it'll last
Yeah,
longer.
yeah. I was saying 100 million. Everything's 100 million. All three of them are gonna be 100 million.
But can they do it to random holders? That's what I'm saying, or just
Okay,
reflections.
that's the part I'm waiting for. I sent him that. I sent Marcos that right there, and said, hey, I need this. Now I'm gonna throw him the curveball at the end of that. I'm throwing a curveball
Okay.
at the end of that because I gotta take a percentage from somewhere for the random holders. See what I'm saying? For the random holder. So, you know, this is the basic breakdown. So we could, you know, saying take a 0.5% here, do that, or something, something, something. You
Do the
know.
1% reflections in PLSX too. So, and then
Well, I
you
mean, after well,
that way, I mean, the gas is cheap enough on this fucking chain that it can reflect in PLSX and not its own token because you don't really want dump sale pressure. So yeah, you want it in PLSX or something. You don't want rewards in your own token because
we're not getting rewarded.
because
Oh, well, yeah, yeah, yeah,
what'll
yeah.
happen, what'll happen is people fucking just dump it.
Okay, okay. So you
So
want
the
okay. So
reflections
you
in
want
PLSX.
okay, okay, okay. That I think that's doable. I figured they would want more tokens to get more reflections, but
Well, I mean, because you're going to be burning tokens on every transaction anyway, so you want the number to keep reducing, but you want the
okay,
reflections in something other than your native token. Because if you
okay,
reward your
okay, okay.
native token, people just
Yeah,
sell it.
well,
So
it
that's
doesn't
how it
say
works.
what is paid out in. You know what I'm saying? That's just the basic
That's what
breakdown.
I'm saying. Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you don't want to reflect in your own token. We've learned that the hard way, watching tokenomics, watching projects for the last fucking
Okay, but
6
you gotta remember
years.
fucking that we're starting off with PLS. So that means we have to buy the
Right.
PLS. We have to get the
It's
PLS and then
cheap
buy the
enough.
Pulse X.
Yeah, Pulse X is cheaper than PLSX anyway. So
All right. So where's that gas fee money come from?
project pays the gas money. Gas money ain't gonna be that much. It's gonna be like a quarter of a penny.
All right. I'm just trying to cover all my bases because you know what I'm saying. If they
So
ask
I
me
mean, you
questions,
could
I got to
put.
be able to have an answer.
I mean, you could take. Well, yeah, just. I don't know if we should only reward 1% fucking reflections though. But if we do that in 2% or 1.5% and 1.5 to liquidity, so what do
Yeah,
you
whatever.
call it? It
Yeah.
adds extra liquidity on every buy and sell, and the liquidity will keep growing no
Yeah,
matter what.
I was thinking like the LP should be bought and burned like weekly or something. Just you know, what I'm saying whatever liquidity's there, just burn the liquidity pool. That way, it's not dumping and shit like that. I mean, you're gonna be in well, it's gonna be the community token because it's going to go through the launch pad, and so everyone's gonna have a fair 48 hours or 7 days or however long we do the pre-sale, and then fucking it launches from there. But these are going to be the basic mechanics for what it is when it launches.
Whatever whatever you're collecting the pre-sale, you mean just fucking burn it, right?
Liquidity pool. Yeah, put it in the liquidity pool and burn it. Make it LP and burn it.
Yeah. Well, nobody can dump that. Yeah. So
Yeah, exactly. And so,
I mean, we know something was very sound tokenomics. So
well, like I said, I mean, it's it got the good burn, it got the good liquidity. You know, if we pay out a different token, then fucking we're not dumping our token, which is
right.
smart. Which is smart.
It's
And
we pay out in another deflationary token that's gonna
yeah,
possibly go to a penny one day. You know what
dude,
I mean?
I'd even consider paying out an INC
INC is
incentive token.
not really.
That's
People earn that for staking their PLS. I can't
what
talk.
I'm saying.
PLSX and
They get earn it for
AXS.
holding our token. They get earn INC for holding our token.
Yeah, but INC gets dumped all the time because people earn
Okay.
that
Yeah.
for
No, I'm
staking
not saying it.
Pulse or
Yeah.
PLSX. So I
Yeah.
think we should just do PLSX
All right. I'll keep note of that one.
because people stake their Pulse X and they fucking get ink and then they dump it. That's the problem with that. That's why ink, unless he pumps it up, and you go to. Oh, someone's want me to check my PayPal. See if they sent me something.
Winning.
I haven't even logged into there. Let me check it. She told me that last night, but I was over at T-Share, so.
Oh, how'd it go?
Oh, it was fine. We had lasagna. Oh my god, it was good.
That's funny. We had lasagna last night too.
You freaking just about fucking OD'd on freaking, what do you call it?
On Smoky Smoke.
Here. We OD'd on fucking food.
Oh.
That was a lot of stuff.
That's good. Did he cook for you, or did you guys go out to eat?
No, you ordered lasagna, dude. It was pretty decent.
Yeah, he told me that you're gonna stop by there and see him. That's what's up.
Yeah, I just took an 8-hour break. Now I have the rest of my time back.
All right, let me go here and add some more notes to this. Reflections in PULSX and Pulse X.
Yeah, there's not
Okay.
too many people reporting that anyway. Fucking
All right, so
76.
okay, so you want the 1% reflections in Pulse X, or what are you talking about? 'Cause I'm updating the fucking note thing right now.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Or we do 1.5 if we can split them that way and do 1.5 to liquidity is fine. Fuck, just went down again. Why?
I think the 2% to liquidity is good.
Yeah, but
I think 1%. I think the 1% reflections and the 1% burn is good too because you know what I'm saying That's the
We
same
set the
amount.
threshold low enough, then people be getting lots of pulse X. We're 34.83 on fucking ETH right now. Bitcoin's at 103,598. Tron's the only thing going up right now. I think I'm gonna have to buy some more Solana. It's at 160. I'm just watching the price. Yeah, I mean, other than unless we want to increase the out, that's fine. So yeah, but I mean, as long as liquidity gets thick, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, the whole thing is I think that he might just want us to do the
Still,
reflection in the PLS is the only thing looking at this. Like I think that's probably gonna be the only thing that he would probably say, like, you know what, let's
I
just do
think
it in
it's only
PLS.
hope. It's only helping the whole ecosystem either way. But
Yeah,
PLS
yeah,
has
yeah. But I'm saying,
half the price of Pulse right
but
now.
that means he has to go in there and fucking write the contract to do the swap and all that other kind of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Just it's another token that unless we do the pre-sale in Pulse X, and unless we do everything in Pulse X, is kind of what
Well, no one's
because
doing that, though, are they? So we could do that.
you know because that might
Somebody
be the
hit
thing.
for that.
Yeah, because Pulse X is a burning token anyway. Maybe we want to fucking do it in Pulse X.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
All right, all right, all right.
I can always buy more Pulse X. I only have
Yeah.
about $500 worth of it right now, so I want
Mm.
more.
All right. So okay, I'll leave it the way it is right now. But when we say reflections, I'll ask him if saying it would be difficult to put it in Pulse X as reflections, or would it be best if we just start off with Pulse X from the beginning and then we did reflections in Pulse X. So I'll
Either
ask
way,
him on that part.
it's going to be
Huh?
a 5% slippage of, either way. So I don't, I mean, gas money's not that much on Pulse Chain, so I don't see how it's going to be cost that much, but we'll see.
No, I'm saying it's just fucking extra thing that they got to worry about in the contract. You know what I mean?
Either way, I mean, it's going to have to buy Pulse or it's going to
But I'm
have to
saying
buy Pulse X
it's
either
a
way.
it's
So
it's a third token. You know what I'm saying? Normally it's like because we're not gonna have a liquidity
my
pool Pulse X.
contract can do that. You can look at my contract and just do the same fucking thing.
All right, all right.
Mine's
Well, I said,
MBNB.
all right. Well, I was saying, I'm talking to Marcos, and I'm also reaching out to SG, and so, but I'm launching on the Forge launchpad. I know that one 100%. But yeah, yeah, yeah. And so I was asking SG because maybe I was hoping he could want to start launching some tokens over there too, and then and so, but all right. So yeah, I got a good basic understanding and breakdown of because they're all pretty much gonna be the same. You know, what I'm saying your contract, Rhino's contract, fucking the guinea pig's
Right.
contract, fucking Steve's contract. They're all gonna be pretty much the fucking same.
I
I'm
gotta go
trying.
get my paperwork. I gotta go. So I'll be back.
All right.
I get this paperwork turned in. Maybe go somewhere else and get paid tomorrow. Get my money. I gotta back up away from this fire hydrant or they'll get mad at me. They do not like it when you block fire hydrants for some reason. I can do trip sheet on this. Messages 0049451 8205 651. What was the date I picked that shit up at? November 6th. Picked it up on the 7th. Okay. Where the fuck was it? Woodburn, Oregon. Force. Twin Falls, Idaho. Empty. What is the date today? 11th. Twin Falls, Idaho. Medley, Florida. Loaded. Got $100. Trailer repair was $1,000. $1,015. 45 cents. Turn this sheet in so I get paid. 0094 11 brown trailer. Drop the trailer. No. Pieces. 18. Next. Submit document. All right. Scan, so I get paid. It's a bill late again. They already have the copy of the trailer set stuff, so I don't need that. Zero 09. What did I just do with that? 4511. Next. No notes. Submit document. Get paid. Da, 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 da. Hours look like crap. Know where they're going to send me at all. I have no clue. Hopefully it's somewhere within 180 miles and I don't have to log it. I pick up 1 hour tomorrow and 0 hours on the 5th, or from the 5th. So my hours look like crap. I got 16 hours. DOT blitz around Shamrock, Texas. Have fun with that. I won't be there. What else is getting wrecked today? Just about everything, huh? Soy Lana 160. It's not going below that right now yet. Tron just went over 30 cents. Looks like it's wanting to stay there too. Cake is up 5.74. What the fuck? So buy some more soy, Lana. Pulse chain getting wrecked too? Or is it just the macro market? Soy Lana jumped up on my holdings. Now it is number 5 or number 6. ETH is getting trashed right now. So is Bitcoin. $34.80. my email. Maybe something was sent to it. Is it Veterans Day today? Someone put that in the chat. I have to Google that. Yep, it is. I guess I have to go to Giphy and get some gifts. No, I don't want that. Come on, copy the fucking gifts. Thank you. Now I go drop it every fucking where. It said it saved it. Where's it at? Beep beep. Someone's horny. What? Yeah. It's not working. Why is it not just? That's just I don't like it. I got to go put that in every fucking chat now that I'm in. Megaswap.io. Stick in there too. Well, that means in a fucking group, son of a bitch. I gotta go find Skull. Anti-ruggers. Ain't been there in a while. We're in all kinds of groups that I haven't even talked in for a while. How about the vet token? That one needs to go in there. What does Bitcoin take to now? 1037379. Making new lows. Oh, of course, Aster wants to go up now when everything else is down. That's the only time it goes up. Fucking bullshit.
What up?
Mudge. Market sucking. Except for Tron and Cake. And now Aster wanting to fucking go up. When everything's going down, that's the only time it seems to go up.
Damn.
Everything else is wrecked. ETH, Bitcoin,
Yep.
everything.
Everything else is wrecked. Yeah.
Tron is staying over 30 cents now. It's another sign of the end times when Tron is running.
Yep. No shit. Yeah. Well, because everybody shoves their USDC into Tron, or they're tethering.
EB's dipped to 974 now. 34.80 on ETH. Solana 160.
I guess Tron's got one of the biggest places for tether right now, or something.
Yeah, it's the biggest money laundering chain ever.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nothing legitimate on this motherfucker, but it's got a lot of TVL. How does that work? They don't need to put money through Ukraine. They can just stick it through Tron.
What's that?
They don't need to send money to Ukraine. They can just stick it through Tron.
You still in Florida?
Yeah, I just delivered here with CT shares last night. We had some lasagna.
Nice.
I went to, and then I smoked some pot, and then went to a food coma. There's a lot of fucking lasagna, dude. I don't know if he got it from Domino's or a different place or whatever, but there was a lot of it.
Yep.
They give you a little tiny they give you a little tiny rolls for garlic bread. They give you little rolls instead of the garlic bread. It's pretty good. 103,304. Fuck you, Bitcoin. What is Tether running or what?
Yeah, I don't know. Tether is. Yep, Tether bounced right off the trend line, or whatever that is. Oh, that's not. What the fuck is
Why is
that?
cake up 6%?
I
Don't
don't know what
get it.
trend line that is. The fuck was
So I
going
should,
on there?
I guess I should buy more fucking cake. It's up 6%.
What the fuck is
Well,
that?
262.3 right now.
Yeah, Tether looks like it's pumping.
Oh, that's why we're getting wrecked, huh?
Back to my video games.
Johnny
Older. What bitch? Because I have it right. You know.
Is it fire there? This is a fire. Yeah, 80 a month. Yeah, you're getting it for half the fucking month. We started service on 6/10/25. So 6/10/25 to 6/10/26. The worst they can do is, what you do is you say, I need to suspend service, go out of town, and when you suspend service, it's 10 bucks a month. If you suspend service for 6 months, it's only
Bitcoin fraudster jailed after largest UK crypto seizure. A Chinese woman described as a supervillain orchestrated a multi-billion-dollar investment fraud to buy Bitcoin, sentenced to 11 years and 8 months. Bitch, go to jail.
but we might have 6 months left.
I haven't been DeFi Dojo in a while. I'll go say hi over there.
I don't know, it's worth the call though, because we're playing 100 years. I don't even know how they got the money. We're probably on the edge to get shut off. I don't know how
There's some chats I haven't been in months. I can go say hi, I guess.
Well, these guys here, I hope they don't tell us.
Come sit out here, Ray.
No spam call today.
Oh, fuck, I'm back, brother.
Why B&B is wrecked. I should buy more raid token. Buy up their fucking supply.
Didn't know I left you guys open out here. Sorry about the fucking noise.
Pick it up for a song. It's so cheap. Liquidity is locked for 90, 80 years. No one will be alive by the time it unlocks.
Yeah, T-Mobile got my bill to 70, man, but we're thinking about going with AT&T.
That's why I went to Crack Mobile. Crackhead
Well, we
Mobile.
just
That's why I went there, because my bill would be cheaper, but she fucking went and broke her phone. So she goes, "Oh, I have to go get a phone." And she didn't go to fucking Cricket, like I said, because both our bills would be $90 then, with unlimited everything.
yeah, I'm 70 for 3 phones basically, which ain't bad.
I don't
But I
have to pay
pay
for phones.
100 for internet.
Once I buy these phones, they're paid for, so I don't have fucking monthly fees and all that. So
Yeah, we have our phones all paid. We're not on a contract, so
but
they want
Cake is doing stupid shit today.
to get some new phones, I feel.
266 on Cake, dude. It's almost 8% up. I'm gonna buy it now. You dumb shit. I'll buy some fucking Aster. It's stupid. The shit goes up when everything goes down. It's just the way it does. I don't know why. They said they're trying to find me a load with to do with my hours. Yeah, well, give me something that I can within 150 miles. I can go there and not have to log it, pick it up. Then I can leave 150 miles from there, not log it either. It's not that hard to figure out, people. Why is Baby Doge up? I don't get it.
Baby dog.
Baby Doge is going up. Tron is going up. Cake is going up. Aster's going up. Baby Doge is going up. Everything else is red. Zcash is wrecked. 493. I wasn't still holding any of that, so it's all right.
Nope. Hold on.
Oh shit. I gotta go to Canada. I'll be back. Go see what this fucking bot made yesterday.
Sheepy.
It made a ridiculous amount of money yesterday. 1.24%. Crazy. So I made 794 on one, 277 on the other. So it's 9, 10 something.
You back on the road, Greg? You just sitting?
No, I'm just sitting here waiting for a load.
Thinking about
I don't know
fucking
where they
sitting
are.
myself Starbucks right now. They just gave me three orders for Starbucks, so Starbucks is kind of a hot spot right now. Drive slow. Maybe I'll get another one.
somewhere in Illinois. Whale Point Chalk, haven't been there in forever. Notorious James Wynn is at it again, selling his whole entire portfolio, betting on Bitcoin to drop from 92K to 67K.
Told you, 90 somethings coming.
Promising to delete his account if he's wrong. It sounds dramatic, but it's not his first final exit. We're somewhere else I haven't been in years. Say hi.
What was that for? Oh.
So hideout, I haven't been there in forever.